Welcome, everybody, to the LCK Spring 2021. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf today, and we have a very special match for you guys to start us off. It is going to be Gen.G, currently in second place in the LCK, up against T1, who are in fifth, and looking to secure that playoff spot.
Yeah, it is not going to be an easy road for T1 to guarantee that playoff spot, but they're in a much better place than KT right now. And as these matches do kind of continue as we roll forward, we will kind of start to push in those playoff scenarios and what it means every time a team that is still unqualified ends up losing or winning a match. Because we have a few of our teams locked in already. Our top four are already in playoffs. So those last two spots that KT and T1 are holding on to for the moment might slip by the wayside.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to take a look at the points of the match here and highlight some of the points of this match. Gen.G up against T1, always a hyped match. Gen.G wants to consolidate their second place versus T1 wants to secure playoffs. So still got about 4 matches, I believe.
That's right. And it's not easy ones. They face off against DRX, Hanalife Esports, and Afrika as their final matches for T1 after this. Gen.G, if they get second place, they get that seed into playoffs round 2, so that's pretty important. 20 spring champions are hitting the Rift, so this is the roster that T1 will be fielding as their 2020 spring finals roster, with the exception of Keria, of course, over Effort. And Kana makes his return. It's been 41 days. Will he be able to destroy the brick wall on the top lane? I feel like he might have to be the brick wall against Rascal, who's been playing so aggressively on the top side of the map. We'll see how that matchup does end up playing out, because I'm very excited, especially if they both end up playing champions that can be aggressive. That could be a very fun matchup to watch on the top side based on playstyle.
Yeah, and especially for these two players, it's certainly possible that we see that kind of a matchup. As we're going to take a look at the team stats here. This is for round 2. Keep that in mind, as so far Gen.G have been doing extremely well. They have some of the best stats in the entire league. Even better than Dom1 when it comes to team goal difference of 15, 25, and touchdowns, apparently. What is that TD stat?
TD is... I actually looked this up earlier.
Tower difference?
Tower difference? I think that might be the case. Regardless, the big takeaway here for me is T1 has the goal difference at 25 really fall down, right? I mean, that's like an 1,800 goal difference between their average at 15 and then at 25. You know, at 15 minutes into the game, T1 usually hasn't actually had a terrible time, right? Like, they're usually like doing okay in some of their lanes. Bot lane especially ends up being pretty stable, but then they end up losing a lot of team fights around objectives and fall very far behind once you start to hit that mid game. So you're right, we did get confirmation that is turret difference. And, I mean, T1, they end up doing well in those lanes isolated early on, but they don't get turrets early. And, you know, it feels like they just fall apart around that 20 to 25 minute mark. So it's time to really tighten it up around that mid game. If you're T1, you have to take those skirmishes better. You have to be rotating a little bit faster. You have to give more resources to those objectives, or you're going to find yourself falling behind.
Yeah, and you see some of those stats, and you see, obviously, the negative team goal difference at 25, and that's 6th in the league, right? It's very close to where they actually stand right now in the standings, which is funny to see, even though it is a, you know, pretty negative stat there. But taking a look at the Gen.G lineup, it's what you've come to know and love. We're not going to be seeing any subs here. No Flawless, no Karis, none of that.
Nope, just standard.
Yeah.
Standard stock Gen.G here. And T1, this is the big exciting moment, the reveal. And we already saw T1 posted about it on social media, but Faker will be starting today over Closer. Cuz is in over Element Wonder, and Kana will be making his return. It's been 41 days since his last play, several match days. And Teddy will be playing with Faker for the second time this season. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the roster that won 2020 Spring, went to that finals, with the exception of Effort, right? But this is a roster you expect to do well. This is the roster most fans were looking forward to going into the 2021 season, but there were a lot of new rookies, right? There were a lot of new prospects, and T1 has spent 8 different rosters worth of time trying to figure out the best way to utilize their 10 players, and this is where they settle for an extremely important match here against Gen.G.
Yeah, you know, say what you will about the roster shuffling. Obviously, some big positives and negatives, but you know, maybe they figure it out by the end of spring and have a really strong summer. We just have to wait and see, as we're going to see the matchup between these two AD carries, very storied AD carries between these two guys, and you've seen that they've played against each other 40 times in total, which is insane. Teddy has the upper hand, specifically in recent times when he did join T1. So back in the day when he was on Jin Air, obviously a bit of a different story, as he could always carry the games.
Yeah. This is also, you know, a pretty historic matchup between T1 and Gen G. They've become rivals, but even back when Gen G was Samsung, right, that was a pretty big rivalry back then as well. When you look at Worlds Finals and, you know, playoffs here in Korea, it's been a very long history that these two organizations have had against each other, and it's exciting to see this matchup right now with, you know, T1 bringing out their big, powerful roster, the one the fans wanted to see. This is the roster that you have been waiting for if you're a T1 fan. I think for most average T1 fans, it is to say. Yeah. Looking at these stats, though, check out the difference here. Kill participation very high for Teddy, second in the league, and he is extremely important for their late game team fights.
He is, and, you know, remember what I said before about, you know, the team goal difference. It's 6th in the league, but they're 5th, right? Teddy is on the 5th place team. He doesn't play all the time, but also his stats are first in many different categories, and, you know, similarly for Ruler, but, you know, he's got some of those stats that really make you raise an eyebrow, like how is his kill participation the worst out of all the 80 carries when he's on the 2nd place team? It's pretty interesting to see, and you guys can draw your own conclusions from that, but, you know, personally, everybody has their take on the T1 rosters. I actually prefer having Teddy in the lineup. I think he is more consistent, and I think he's just a better later game carry in my mind.
Yeah, and you know the early game that we were talking about, the 15-minute difference in gold being a lead versus 25 minutes, a lot of the gold is usually in the bot lane. You saw that average duo kill stat. He's over 1 per game. So on average, about every game, they get a kill in the bottom side. And he was number 2, his opponent in Ruler is number 2 at half of what his stat is. So you can see that no one is able to consistently get kills in the bottom side as much as Teddy and Keria are. And that's really important for getting that early game rolling. But you've got to carry those advantages into those mid-game objectives, or it just doesn't matter when the rest of the game starts to fall apart.
Absolutely. So we're going to get into the pick ban here. We do start off with the Thresh ban. Definitely a good idea against Keria. You were talking about duo kills. A lot of that falls on Keria, making insane proactive plays as he does. So they want to take away some of that power from that incredible support player.
Gen G's drafts have been pretty transparent and around this entire season. Like first round robin, second round robin. They have put almost all of their resources into the top side of the map with Rascal and Clid. BDD is kind of the glue that holds all of that together. But you see almost never is Rascal allowed to play Renekton. It is banned almost every time here starting from round 2. His Camille is often even target banned in the first banning phase because that is the strong top side they are trying to play around, and T1 just continues to follow suit here, taking away the Kalista though as well.
Really going to be taken off the board here, so a very powerful support pick. It does get countered a little bit by Alistar, which is a very common response to it, but we still see first pick Rels from time to time. This does leave some of the jungle pool open, and that does mean that Udyr will be the first pick for Clid.
And Clid taking this right away goes back to that top control theme that we were talking about. And, you know, they have the opportunity, Gen G, to get that strong top laner, perhaps even the Camille that has paired very well with Udyr historically, if they want to. A Rumble here blind would be very weird. I think that was just a tease there. So we will see the Seraphine come through because that one is left open.
Oh boy.
And we're also going to get Teddy's Senna here. So very successful, you know, bottom side lane that you can even have as well. Potentially, we've seen Seraphine rise to power in other regions, and LEC even been played as bot. So there's a lot of flexibility with this draft here for T1 just to start things off.
It just makes me feel like you're putting either Faker or Keria onto Seraphine, and I'm just like, well, I don't think a lot of fans are going to be happy with that, but we'll see. We'll see where it does go, where it does end up, but it should be one of those two. As you mentioned, Camille gets picked, and BDD picks his Azir. He's played 25 games, and or he's played 31 games. 25 of those games are either Syndra or Azir.
Yeah.
He doesn't really play anything else nowadays.
You know, this is a very, very, very strong top side of the map, and the Azir, which is going to have kill pressure on so many different mid laners, especially if Faker ends up playing a control mage as you expect. There's kill pressure in the mid lane with the Udyr. There's kill pressure on the top side into a lot of different matchups. You have full control over that portion of the map, and you already know what T1 is going to be strongest on the bottom side of the map. Historically, that's where they have had their best success with Teddy on the roster. So focusing on the top side, which Gen.G has been doing all season long, is kind of an obvious choice here. We'll see the Hecarim come through here for T1. That's going to give you a lot of power counter-wise on the map, and especially around team fights if you can set those up. But I think that Faker is going to need to have a strong mid laner who can counter that Azir pressure, so that maybe they can counter gank when those come through. Level 6 is a terrifying moment as we see the Tahm Kench ban come through. It's also been a favorite with the Senna, especially over in the LEC.
Yeah. I'm glad the Kench is benched. Not a big fan of the pick. I don't, even with the Senna, I'm just like, no, I don't think it's good enough. But a lot of teams seem to think it is, so I will pick that away.
I really worry about the Seraphine in the mid lane, though, if that's where T1 are actually going to send this against a composition that has so much kill pressure and so much power around the top side of the map. I'd rather see something a little bit more stable in the mid lane, even an Orianna that Faker is so good at, which can allow him to have that really nice disengage, with, just drop his shockwave down and walk away from a lot of those fights. I'd prefer that to the Seraphine, which I feel like could just get totally snowballed against here with the draft we have for Gen.G. So, looks like we might see that Gragas response to the Camille, very common.
The Gragas, if it does go in the top lane, maybe a little bit better survivability up against that incredibly strong top side of the map. I'm the first guy to say, hey, where's the Scion? But, I don't know if you want to do that into Camille Udyr against Gen.G. They're just gonna dive you over and over, and it just seems like a really rough time even for Scion. So maybe just banking on the fact that Gragas should be able to handle the pressure a little bit better.
He has really nice sustain, and his explosive cask can really mess up the Hextech ultimatum exchanges that you sometimes have around the tower, because he can knock you into tower range while you're under Hextech ultimatum, and that's usually enough to prevent the kill or at least get a trade. So it ends up being a really nice matchup that Scion can't necessarily pull that off consistently. As, Life hovering the Yuumi here. Shout out to Sicaria, who did play that a few weeks ago to less success.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a troll hover. It's like, hey, I was watching your Yuumi game.
It's pretty good against the Hecarim. The Karma, though, I feel like is a much safer choice, and that is what they're going to lock in. So a lot of potential extra healing coming through, depending on the build, and you'll be able to empower Azir in a lot of these team fights, because what Gen.G lack is a strong front line, but you end up building Moonstone, or Moonstaff, I should say, and then Azir becomes so fast, becomes so potent in these fights. If he's taking a little bit of extra damage, he's going to be the one getting those heals, and then your damage is going to spike super hard in the late game. So we'll see Keria lock in the Nautilus support.
And it's pretty interesting. It's a pretty common duo partner with the Senna, if you're not going to see something like a Tahm Kench, but at the end of the day, right, you're a tank melee support up against Ezreal Karma, one of the most aggressive, assertive lanes in terms of its poke potential and just harass potential, right? I don't think it's going to be a fun time unless Faker plays Nautilus, which... Okay. Now they're gonna swap that one at the last second. I'm like, okay. I don't think it's 2019 or whenever the mid Nautilus was coming up again. Maybe that was the beginning of 2020.
I would have actually been okay with it, to be honest. I don't think it would have been great, but my issue with T1's draft is the Seraphine, because it's Faker on Seraphine. He's going to be very stable in lane. He's someone who very rarely gives first blood or gets solo killed there. His positioning is phenomenal. I mean, that's not what he's famous for. He's famous for his solo kills and his aggression in the mid lane. But he's a player who's very smart and is going to be able to deal with that level 6 timing we're going to see from the Azir. But where is the healing going? Where is the Moonstaff, for Faker going to actually go? I mean, Kana is going to be playing a Gragas that's more of a disengaged Gragas. He's not going to be a big, strong frontliner. If all your heals are going into Karia's Nautilus, that's okay, but it's not fantastic. I feel like if you're putting Seraphine in mid here, you're losing out on a lot of control over the map because he's going to have to play so defensively throughout the majority of that early game.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Faker can handle it. As you mentioned, he is definitely a player that can. And this is a lane where the Seraphine is going to be harassed, going to be bullied. A lot of players get very behind on CS. Hopefully, Faker can kind of take away some of those negatives from the mid Seraphine. Obviously, their team fighting later on in the game is going to be insane. But there's still also a really nice amount of scaling on the side of Gen G. And it's not even like you see big boy Sion in the front with hyper carry Jinx. It's kind of like a hybrid version of that where they're going to have a lot of their damage coming out from the fasting Senna that Teddy is going to be playing here.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of damage outside of that Senna, so you know, can they break through Genji's composition with just that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, if obviously the Seraphine was picked up early because that's how Seraphine drafts work. Because if she's left open, you've got to get it. If you want to take that, you can't wait till later because it will just be snatched up. But you know, in a perfect world, if they could just go, can I get a mulligan on this? They'd probably, I think, maybe rather have something like a Victor here in the mid lane with the composition they've built for just more consistent damage.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, what Faker can do here in the pairing that you have with Encore is really good with the Hecarim. If you can have that perfect team fight where you set up 2 ults back to back and then suddenly there's a cast and there's just so much damage output throughout that moment from Teddy that you do win the fight, but it's so wombo based and it is so easy to play around because it's so predictable. And that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, you know, you're highlighting that their team fighting later on is going to be pretty ridiculous, right? They have insane amounts of CC, and we actually saw this in the LEC last night. You and I were watching the game and actually talking about it, and they had an Urgot top where there was a lot of damage coming out from that, but their team fighting was just insane, right? Where they had the 80 carry Seraphine and all the big boys go in, and it's just you CC the front line for ages, and whoever you catch, even if it's the Fed Tom Kench, doesn't matter, they're going to die. So maybe it's kind of along those lines. Maybe the T1 coaching staff were also watching that game and taking notes, but you know, it remains to be seen. And Gen G have a lot of tools in their kit to kind of avoid team fights if they would like to, right? To send Rascal in the side lane and just ignore them, kind of like Fnatic failed to do yesterday. And maybe you have some better success there.
Yeah, I mean, Udyr is going to constantly be threatening vision control around the jungle because that's what he does very well in the late game. He gets very quick, he's very fast. It's not going to be a Cloud Soul, so that's something. And oh, missed Cannon in there. Not going to be a Cloud Soul, so that's something that's going to make him a little bit less speedy, which, you know, in the LCK, you can almost bank on that when you're in draft. You're like, well, we'll probably get a Cloud Soul later, so. But yeah, he has that ability to disengage. Azir has nice disengage. Ezreal has Arcane Shift. There are ways to avoid these fights, as you said, but also to just set up better for them because of the positioning that your composition allows for. You know, if you get caught, if someone gets picked, if like a solo Encore comes through, the follow-up Hecarim grabbing somebody, then it's kind of on that player who gets caught if you're Gen G at that point.
Seeing Life getting pretty aggressive in the lane. It's kind of what you want to do. Some of that poke damage will be nullified by the healing that does come out from the fasting Senna. And keep in mind when we look at the jungle here, it is going to be double scuttle going the way of Clid. So they're really trying to exert that pressure, the priority that they have from the mid and the top lanes, and just say, okay, Hecarim, you're just by default going to get behind the Udyr here.
Yeah, and this can be a serious issue because it's not like Hecarim can really come in and try to fight the Udyr straight up. I mean, he can look for those types of skirmishes and 1v1s, but he's just not going to be able to keep up. Like, this is a pacing issue, and the jungle speed clear that Clid has on top of it all makes it so difficult. He's looking for a pick here, and really just flashes it.
Yeah,
or arcanes it, rather.
Shifts away.
So easy to dodge.
Yeah, if Keria hits the hook there, you're definitely getting summoners, you would imagine, because Ignite comes out, Life probably would have to flash away, maybe even has to exhaust. But no hook means no summoners. And it's just Cuz showing up, going for a pretty aggressive gank that doesn't necessarily work out.
I think that the LCK as a region is pretty good at knowing these sorts of timings and handling these situations pretty well. And even if there are summoners burned there, you know, it's a failed gank and it's a Hecarim that's behind in CS quite significantly, just behind in farm. And I am personally not a huge fan of Hecarim. It took a while to take off in this region, and it isn't being utilized very well. People are struggling to find value. He's finding himself getting very far behind junglers like Nidalee and Udyr, who could just clear very quickly. And, you know, I talked to you about this a little bit yesterday. I'm just not a huge fan of it in our region because our region doesn't overextend, doesn't play aggressively when Hecarim's on the board. You see Hecarim get a lot of kills in LPL and get huge advantages there in particular. Like, I feel like that's the region he excels most in. But here, it's harder to find that same kind of value in the early game.
Yeah, you don't see it all too often. Hecarim obviously going to be farming out the jungle pretty fast himself. But, you know, I love the Ezreal response from Ruler. He's like, okay, you know, you guys are going for a bit of a wombo combo team fight. If I can just avoid that and, you know, take this pick that should be able to survive much better and output really consistent damage in the later stage team fights, I should be just fine. And obviously it's Ruler's Ezreal, so nobody's unhappy about that.
No.
Just when it comes to the pick and the comfort that Ruler has shown on this choice. So really liking Gen.G's position here, especially after the way this early game is going. Pretty quiet so far.
Oh, this is a very aggressive rotation in here by Faker and Cuz, and they are spotted.
Yeah, I don't think they can 2v2 here. They are going to get the smite down, though, and Cuz is just galloping away, so I suppose that works.
That went about as well as it could have, I think.
Yeah. You did not want to fight there.
Yeah, that was a very greedy play. If you had bot priority, then it doesn't end up being a 2v2, and maybe you could even turn that Scuttle take into a Drake fight, but obviously in this case, not going to happen. Clid has 6.
Yeah.
Watch out, Cuz.
This is what you can do. You can just start to bully. I mean, Faker's up in the top side of the map, and he wasn't spotted going up there, but just the fact that they still have that priority, the push from the Azir, means that Udyr up a level just gets to do whatever he wants and should be able to get a free Cloud Drake, you would imagine, if he wants it, although he is not running at that just yet with the Scuttle control. They wouldn't know he is going for it, so maybe he wants to wait a little bit.
Now that BDD has hit 6, you know, he's level 7 even, in fact, in this game, you have to be scared of that possibility that you're going to get ganked as Faker in the mid lane. So making those rotations and trying to get value as you get the wave kind of pushed and frozen towards your turret is really smart play around the Seraphine. You don't want to get caught, as we saw some Seraphines getting a little bit overextended in the LEC yesterday too. Just since we're talking about it.
All right, here we go. The combo comes in onto Rascal. The Hextech Ultimatum just trying to survive, but he's not really in range. And oh, that flash was just as desperate as it comes. Very nice conversion from T1 to get on up there. And Kana has been dominating this top lane and really shutting down Rascal.
I mean, he really has. And this is, you know, the Gragas into the Camille. I feel like it's such a good matchup at dealing with Camille, but he's not only just stable up here and not afraid of this Udyr Camille, but in fact is trading aggressively because Camille, you know, when there isn't an Udyr nearby, you know there's no real kill pressure on you, and you know that Udyr's been on the bottom side of the map so much, you just commit the body slam here, the cask is easy, and Cuz is here just to guarantee, and the Hextech Ultimatum isn't saving anybody, the flash is actually tragic, but you know, this is just really good understanding from Kana as to where the resources are actually being spent for Gen.G this game and taking advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a little thing there, I love that he went for the flash body slam. You see a lot of body slam flash. I think that kind of caught Rascal off guard. He's like, okay, I'll wait for the body slam to start and then I'll hook shot away or something like that, or flash away. But he never got that choice. Now we're fighting over the Rift Herald here. The smite is going to go to Clid, actually. Cuz is like, maybe I can pick it up. No, you can't, buddy. You didn't get the smite down.
Al Faker's stuck here. This is not a good situation.
They're actually trying to turn it around here. Cuz is taking a lot of the aggro on the bottom side. Teddy and Keria both roaming up. And now you can see Clid is in a lot of trouble. Kana gonna pick up that kill. And even though they don't get the Rift Herald here, T1 will at least pick up the 1 kill. At the same time, though, Ruler's getting free farm in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Ruler's getting some free farm, but this is definitely, you know, turning a bad situation into a decent one on the top side. And it was a really nice play from Cuz. And they were not afraid to take that fight. I really thought if Faker decides to rotate in quickly, then he might end up getting Emperor's Divided. There were a lot of tools that Gen.G had to really explode in that fight. But they were patient. As we're going to watch this again, Clid gets the steal to start things off. You can see BDD is rotating up, and he rotates actually to the right side here, so he's trying to prevent a retreat. Starts poking Cuz down, and at this moment, if you like froze it there, I'd be like, okay, well, how did T1 turn this around? And they just zone out Rascal, and Cuz prevents anybody else from joining up, so they just trade super well on the top side of the fight, and Clid just can't get out. Cuz's great chasing power.
Kana's having a ridiculous game so far. I know I was one of the guys who was kind of skeptical with him coming in after his performance the last time out, but man, he is on a huge roll tonight, and I really want to point that out because, I mean, he's shutting down the top lane. His team fighting has been insane. The mechanics in the gank on the top side, pristine. And now he's got the most gold in the game.
Yep.
He's the most fed. He's 2-0 on the Gragas top. And it's not just a neutralizing pick anymore. This is a problem for Gen G. He's going AP too, so he's going to start bopping some nerds.
Yeah, he is going to be doing quite a bit of damage, and the positioning for Gen G is going to be really important. But crucially, too, this means that Rascal will not be able to be a menace in this top side. He won't be able to threaten kills, get early turret plates, won't be able to be putting pressure on side lanes as early on in the game as he would like to. And this is again where Gen G's draft was focused, but because they spent most of their resources on the bottom side of the map, Rascal just ends up getting pummeled by this Kana who's had something great for breakfast, I guess. And like, this is a player who we were touting in 2020 as one of the best new top laners.
Here we go again.
Once again.
Exec Ultimatum is coming in. This time we have TP and Dudir coming in, but the damage is going to be enough. They take down Rascal already, and you can see Gen G just on the run. The Encore's going to hit BDD, and he is in a lot of trouble already. Kana doing so much damage. BDD over the wall. He's actually going to get bopped down here by Faker, who goes for the flash and picks up the kill. Lands another root onto Clid, and this is just massive for T1. They pick up 3 kills in the engage.
This is not how this early game is supposed to look. This is not how this game was supposed to go, right? And T1 are just controlling the game around topside, and this is a teleport from Faker that comes through. They have so much lockdown. And Gen G really need to be careful about committing to these fights when, you know, Rascal gets caught here, Udyr is nearby, and everybody comes up to try to trade this up, and T1 is very happy to take the exchange. Cuz is once again here. Hextech Ultimatum buys time. You see Clid rotates around. The teleport comes through first. Teddy gives some extra shielding because he's got another global. And then Ivar's Divide isn't going to save you here. Faker's here. He ends up being the one who closes BDD's life out, or forces him to flash over the wall at first, and then does secure the kill himself. But like, this is a Seraphine that is out-rotating and out-valuing a very early Azir, and it's BDD's Azir, by the way. And this top side is just out of control. He's got his Everfrost up now.
Yeah.
That means Rascal actually dies so easy. He pops it here.
Yeah, this is a point where, like you say, I mean, Kana can maybe even just 100-0 you. Now with Everfrost, like, you're not really getting out of here. And it's going to be hard for you to even enter the lane. So you could say goodnight to your hopes of having a mid to late game Camille who's doing anything. Because, you know, the split pusher is now Gragas, apparently, who has the advantage in the matchup in this current situation. And it's pretty big. So Gen G, they did get the Rift Herald, and they are actually going to get this first Cloud Drake. So T1, I suppose, kind of caught out in an awkward timing here, and not really going to be able to challenge either of these objectives. But here comes the 2-man Encore, and look at this synergy. The Hecarim over the wall, the Encore over the wall. And Cuz is just too fast. Nobody can catch up to him. And Baker's having an insane game as well on the Seraphine.
Yeah, this is the kind of wombo combos we were talking about for team fights later. Is Rascal just going to die?
Well, yeah, like this is what I was saying. I mean, you can't even enter the lane.
Cuz is here.
You just have to run away.
Everfrost was just coming back online at that moment. He's going to use Clear the Wave now, but like these combos that you can have in the mid lane just make it so difficult to take a extended fight because you're going to get caught by Hecarim's ult, Seraphine's ult, you know, and like later on you're going to have the ability to knock people into that with the cask around those later objective fights. So this is such a frustrating game for Gen G because their comp was so good and it had so many win conditions, and mid lane was a place where they should have been strong. But unfortunately, they're just overextended here. They're getting greedy because, like, well, let's see, can we get a Drake and how many plates can we trade back with our Rift Herald in mid? And then he wants to just get even more value. and he's just unsuccessful, ends up getting punished for it. So what could have been, okay, yeah, we're losing top, but we got Drake and some turret plates, ends up being, well, we also lost BDD, and then T1 just trade back another kill. They're 3,000 gold up right now. With a composition where it felt like the top of the map should have been controlled by Gen G, and T1 should have struggled through this part to hope for those later game team fights. They're going to those later game team fights ahead. And sure, there's good scaling with Ruler on the Ezreal, BDD's on the Azir. You have that split push potential, but the split push potential isn't going to be as good. BDD is having a really hard time, so he's not going to be hitting that late game damage as quickly as he wants to be. And then T1 just have so many ways to mess up your synergy in these fights with the comp they have.
Again, this is the thing where it's like, T1 now with the early lead, that's actually pretty massive. I mean, 3-0 Gragas, 3-0 Seraphine. The kills are going pretty much where you want them. You know, if Teddy was picking up more, that would have been nice, but he hasn't really been involved. And team fights were already going to be a problem for Gen G, but now they're just almost impossible. Like, unless you're getting the perfect engage with BDD, even then. So, you know, you kind of have to lean back on, okay, we have some good split pushing, but again, like, Camille's kind of out of this game at this moment in time. She's so far behind. And, you know, it feels like, as you mentioned, these win conditions for Gen G are just, like, disappearing one by one.
Yeah.
So, see what they can do.
This roster, hold that thought. Life's going to eat some damage. This roster for T1.
Oh, no. I think Ruler's just dead here. Nice flash. Nice flash, buddy. Like, that's not going to help you out too much. Not against a fed Hecarim and a fed Gragas. Not at this point in time.
Yeah. True Shot Barrage was hopeful at best. Let's try to trade back a kill. But this roster of T1 is the most experienced one that we've seen, basically. You've got Kana, who has played a great 2020, you know, is trying to bounce back in 2021, had a rough start. Faker, you know, arguably the most experienced player. Only Deft has played more LCK games than he has. You know, Cuz, Teddy, and Keria, who's not a rookie even himself. And let's see what they do with this advantage they have, because as we talked about before, T1 sometimes start off with an explosive early game, usually about half as good as this on average in terms of the gold lead, but then they end up messing up a lot of the fights because they have bad rotations or overextend, just don't understand the map well. And I am expecting that with this roster, they can take this lead into a bigger advantage as we watch this again. Poor Ezreal on the bot side. Nothing Ruler can do there.
Yeah.
Loses his flash, too.
You could have been any AD carry. You're just dead if you're there. And this is the power of the Hecarim as well. I mean, he can just dive these turrets and make them look really easy. Like, even Life here, your ability to just engage like this is really rough for all these squishy characters on the other side to really deal with. So even Life, thankfully he did have the Blast Plant, but if he did not, would have had to flash away from that one. Yeah, and, you know, T1 have a really nice lead at this point in time. You can see the ridiculous amount of gold up that the Gragas is. Of course, with the fasting Senna, you're going to see the disparity there between the AD carry and the support gold down on the bottom side. But really, it's all about the top side and how far ahead T1 is. But they do need to kind of push the issue now, right? Get these objectives and force Gen G into the team fights, because that's where they are strong here. Yeah,
and Gen G, because they got the first Drake, they actually have a little bit more time to kind of sit back and farm up, do stuff like this, put BDD in a side lane where he's going to get a little bit of extra gold, because he needs to get those items online. You know, ideally he wants to hit 3 items in this game if he can, so that he can actually really, really hit that big damage in some of those later fights, the Baron fights. So, you know, if T1 grab this Ocean Soul, or rather Ocean Drake right now, you don't worry about it too much if you're Gen G, because you already have one, and you know this is not going to be putting them on to, like, okay, now they're one away from Soul Point.
Yep, here we go. Hey, here's Hecarim again. This time BDD, though, is going to get a really nice Emperor's Divide.
He has Flash, too.
Now, Cuz has got to be careful, right? You're going pretty deep, and he is going to see Clid and immediately back away. And so Hecarim able to extend on in there. BDD, though, really nice response. Doesn't even have to flash.
This is what you need to be doing if you're BDD, is seeing how far you can push the envelope on side laning, see how many minions you can get. As this time, it's Faker who's out in the open.
Yeah, he kind of got caught out here by himself in a 1v1 position, but he will have a lot of help from his teammates. With the stopwatch coming in, looks like Faker is in a bit of trouble, though. Kana trying to help out here, as Rascal is going to get booped down. But you can see the damage that BDD does do, even just on the 1.5 items. Kana is going to have to get out of here. Clid not going to be able to catch up, so will just end up well.
It's Udyr Valdez, never underestimate.
Blast Plant's pretty strong, I guess.
Blast Plants, man, he's going in. But yeah, that was a really brilliant play from Gen.G to actually have that aggression there against Faker, into being a side lane mismatch up there. And, okay.
I don't know why we're face checking here, to be honest. Cuz is 1v4 at this point in time, and he is going to ult over the wall as the True Shot Mirage is just barely not going to hit him.
Cuz is teasing us for that one.
Now you can see Rascal, you know, Gen.G are beginning to feel it. They can feel like kind of the cracks in the armor right now, saying, okay, you're getting a little bit frisky. If we can catch you out a couple times, then we immediately get back into this game.
Oh, for sure. That's why, you know, T1 need to be on really, they need to be, like, putting Faker out here by himself against a Camille is such a risky play. And you can see how this exchange happens. Like, he ends up hitting the root, which is pretty huge, but Rascal gets out of it right away. Teddy comes in and he has the charm, and yet still Faker dies here. And Kana handles this pretty well, ends up getting the cask to lock Rascal in and then follows up, but he almost dies here because you could see he's built full damage, and like BDD's damage goes through that so quickly because he's starting to scale up. He's got his Void Staff online now. So you really have to be careful about getting caught out as T1 because you will be punished so hard for it.
Oh, the cask actually doesn't work because he was ever frosted to the ground, but this is a very fast Nautilus coming on in as the hook shot is nicely buffered, but it is not going to matter too much. As 3v1 under the turret, that's the power of this comp. Like, you're not really safe under any turrets as anyone on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, I think if T1 continue to group like this, and you trade a top turret for a bot turret like this, but this time it's an inner turret versus an outer turret for T1, you're very happy to kind of play this game. It's like trading up in chess when you're ahead pieces, and then suddenly, okay, T1 is like, okay, well, I'm ahead now, and I have more of the map controlled because, yeah, I'll give you an outer turret for an inner turret, and then when the next Drake comes up, which is Infernal Soul, by the way, which is really important to deny, especially against Gen.G's comp, then you have better position on those Drakes, as we'll watch this again. You know, there's no way out of this one for Rascal, unfortunately. The Everfrost anti-synergy there with the cask is kind of funny, but even still, unfortunately, he's not able to escape. Everybody is all grouped up, and I think if you group up like this to make sure you guarantee turrets, you're going to have a much better time as T1 right now because you really just need to make sure you get objective after objective and don't get out-rotated.
Yeah, for sure. And Gen.G, they're just going to try to hold on here. You mentioned that one Cloud Drake that they got in the beginning of the game. That's actually incredibly important, right? It gives them an extra buffer. 5 minutes, 6 minutes to farm up and potentially get your split push online, because if you don't have that, you don't have much, right? And even if you are losing Infernal Drakes, you know, they're going to be decent for the side of T1, especially because the Gragas is going damage. You have the damage coming out from the Senna, which is going to be huge as well, and amplified with that Infernal Drake. But you said it before, the most important thing is denying it away from Gen.G and their incredible amounts of damage that they have in their composition, and making the 0 and 4 Camille actually turn into a crazy late game champion if they do pick up any of those Infernal Drakes.
Because of how T1 are building too, like it does end up being really good for the Gragas. Like the extra damage in Seraphine, you know, her damage is quite meager in general compared to other mid laners, but that's going to change that.
But
to get them all. It's like, I'm Udyr!
He almost dodged that ultimate.
Yeah.
And now we do have the rotation coming in. Chemtank is available for Keria, but he's not even going to use it. He's just letting Cuz chip away at Glid here. Cuz has to be careful, though, and now Cuz is just going to get caught out as the Encore is on to one member, and Teddy and Faker are here all alone. Gen.G find the opportunity to get on in there. The double kill comes in from the Udyr. Now Big Boy Kana is here. Can he turn this one around? Doesn't look like the answer is yes, as Rascal is frontlining now for his team. Keria just trying to sacrifice to save the rest of his lineup as T1 are desperate to try to disengage here on a very wonky and not a great engage there in the top lane.
And can I bring everyone's attention to the top left of your screens where the Infernal Drake is now live as this is happening. This comes up as T1 get pushed back. Gen.G need to be careful about over-chasing here because respawns are coming up and T1 can't contest this. But the timing of this overextension from Cuz could not be worse, right? Like, this is exactly when the Drake comes up, and this is what you cannot have happen. Why take a risk and actually go for a chase on an Udyr as T1 here when you could just walk and get Drake prio?
Yeah, absolutely. kind of an interesting arcane shift there from Ruler, as T1 are still chasing. They want more. They want to kill something. They're angry. And yes, they're going to get BDD, but that is about it. They're trying to go and take the Baron off of this kill.
Yeah, I think this is what you have to try if you're T1 here, because you have enough of an advantage. Unfortunately, they lost a lot of their power in that last exchange, right? They don't have the Hecarim ult. They're not going to have an explosive cast. They will have the Seraphine ult going into this, which is really great at preventing people from collapsing in.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they don't have all the tools here, so it's a little bit risky, but I think it's worth a shot.
Like you said, I think you have to try, right? You just gave up the Infernal Drake.
Gotta trade it for something.
And you're 5v4 here, so everybody dodges the True Shot Barrage, and that's actually a lot of damage denied from the Ezreal. Ruler is trying his best to try to chip away at the front line here, but it's not really working out too well. They're going to try to zone away Klid. Not super successful, but they do have the damage onto the Baron, and it will be enough. No steal is going to come in here, as the cast from Kana is going to separate everybody. The Encore does nothing, as Klid is going to have to back away. They want more. Oh, Rascal's getting in there. That's pretty interesting, as Ruler just immediately dies, and now Rascal is all alone. Not sure about this one, Wolf. We're just turning it into a total clown fiesta in this game.
I mean, they really thought they were going to be able to force this into a Hextech Ultimatum, gets a pick, and then all the Ruler damage comes through the fall, but they can't. They can't do it. Oh,
we're still going. Cuz is like so angry after his play up on the top side. And you know what? I suppose he's making up for it. And we're just not ending.
This actually...
We're just not ending.
Yeah, this could end up being... well, this could be ending if anyone else gets picked. I mean, we are getting later on into the game. They have Baron buff. This is going to be an inhibitor, at least you would think. They're going to reset first, and they still have 2 minutes on this Baron buff, but the chase through was just absolutely crazy, and they do get the pick on the BDD here early on to set up for this Baron take. They have Seraphine's ult, which is really nice for disengage when the commitment comes through. It doesn't end up working out here for Faker, like he doesn't really end up catching anyone. But the issue is when they overextend chasing. Like, unfortunately, Genji, you didn't get it, okay? And right now you're 4v5 as BDD is not here yet, but Rascal says, I am. It goes through, and it's his Hextech Ultimatum is stopwatched.
Yeah, and
so
Keria hooks Ruler and 100 to zeros him with the team, so there's just zero follow-up.
BDD just isn't here for this fight, and you're way too overextended, Rascal, in this moment. And this almost feels like pent-up frustration from Genji more than anything else to actually continue to chase there, forcing a fight where it's like, you already lost the objective, you're not going to win this one, and Life gets one more shield and then goes down.
Yeah. You said pent-up frustration for Genji. I feel like T1 are also exhibiting that here in this game. It's just getting your frustrations out for both of these teams here in Game 1. Already 18 kills in 27.5 minutes. Pretty good for this matchup. As now with the Baron, T1 looking to push in and take away the one inhibitor for now.
Yeah, and then they can just rotate mid and try to repeat that. Right now, Rascal is hovering around, potentially setting up a split push if they do go hard. He does get the Rift Sculler, and he might be able to put a little bit of pressure on. He's going to take the Krugs. He can also set up for maybe trying to trade this into a Drake, but I mean, the timing of this is so unfortunate for Genji, because T1 can get this and then rotate over. Like, if we were 30 seconds away, it'd be a different story, but they can't trade this. They're just going to lose 2 inhibitors, and there's nothing they can do about it. Klid needs to be careful. He's so far out.
Yeah, you see that Rascal doesn't group up. There's no reason for him. Like, he might as well just try to eke out as much gold on the map as he possibly can, right? So he's taking the Krugs. It looks a little bit silly, but it's actually the right thing, because even if he's there, I mean, he can't do anything about it. So.
He also was able to clear out vision on the Drake, grab a Scuttle. Like, he's gotten value to really... Also, the wave was so pushed, like, there was not much he could do. Like, are you really going to try to get an inner turret on the top, or the bottom side of the map, excuse me, to, like, while this is happening, you're just putting yourself at risk. So it looked a little bit awkward, but, I mean, at least they know that they have vision control for the moment, and they're going to see T1 when they arrive here with the Scuttler. And now the question is, can Genji take this fight, though, for this next Infernal Drake? Because with these super minions coming through, I don't think they realistically can.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Well, that's why that buffer that we were talking about earlier is so important. The fact that they got that first Drake, which means this is the first Infernal Drake, not the second here, not the third Drake for T1.
Why are T1 not just taking the Infernal Drake here?
This is a little bit weird.
They're really trying to push the issue with the push. And yes, you can force 5v5s if you do that, but you're also diving turrets, and it can get a little bit dicey.
They realize, but
yeah,
that was a little bit... like, I think if you're T1, you want to get this as fast as possible. You're hoping for the next Infernal Drake. Like, you want to keep that timer as short as possible. As True Shot Barrage, it was a cool idea, but no information whatsoever to steal that one away. They do end up getting it. The kind of happy feeding around the mid lane there meant that they lose a little bit of time on inhibitors without gaining anything, and this next Infernal Drake lose a few seconds on the speed of which that's going to come up.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
I think Rascal's just dead here. He is he's surprisingly tanky. It doesn't matter. As Kana is legendary. 8-0 on AP top Gragas. Give this guy the player of the game already, because he has just totally owned this one and smurfed in the top lane.
I mean, he is doing so well. It's like actually insane what he's been able to accomplish. And a matchup we thought was going to be stable, but you know, it's difficult. But if you play it right, you hit those casts correctly, you know, under turret when you see Could come through, it's like, okay, this could go well for him. He had one of the highest isolated deaths actually across the league in the top lane because of his overextensions, his aggression in the top side of the map, how many times he died solo. But he's, in fact, just stomping it right now. It feels like 2020 Kana all over again. And T1 have not played a perfect game by any means. There have been some small micro decisions they've made around, you know, team fights, or around some macro decisions too, like where they're going to be on the map, how quickly they didn't take that Infernal Drake. But they have such a lead right now because of how this top side of the map went, and just by the nature of how Senna scales up, that it's very difficult to imagine Gen.G coming back into this game now. Once the inhibitors are gone, they don't have side lane pressure. Like, this is what happens when you try to side lane. Uh-oh, you get caught, you get punished. And, you know, how do you get back into the game here, unfortunately, anymore? For Gen.G, it's so difficult. They have the damage scaling, but they are never going to have control of the map ever again.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting, too, that Kana did go for the AP Gragas, because it feels like this is the one way that you actually handle the Camille through, you know, through the mid game and even up to the later stages of the game, if you're this far ahead, right, in this current scenario. If you're just the tank Gragas, I think you lose a lot of the value. So I like the choice of the item builds that he does go for here. T1 pretty comfortably just going to run at the Baron here. It is spotted.
Yeah, this is the vision control I was talking about. They see it, but they can't rotate it once those are cleared. I mean, how do you walk in here safely with all the lockdown, all the wombo, all the ultimates that come through the T1 to shut you down when you group up? It's so difficult to engage. Clid's trying to bait it.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, they're going to land the root here, and they actually catch two. Here we go. The Hecarim goes in, and down goes the Karma to start us off. Kana does take a lot of damage in the front line. VDD does his ultimate for about zero reason. Tries to put up a wall, potentially. As now Rascal up on the top side getting caught out, but here on the right, Keria is looking to engage. VDD desperately trying to 1v5, but is not going to be able to. They need to get onto Ruler, though, who is actually doing a lot of damage by himself, but now all alone, and the range of Teddy is just going to slap him down as
Kings coming through. They want to end this game right now. They're going to reset. They've got teleports, Kana and Faker. And I mean, look, we talk about all the wombo potential, the Seraphine ult, the Encore that can come through with the Hecarim ult. It's actually a Senna that gets a double root that starts the fight off for T1. Like, that's not the one we're even talking about. That's not even supposed to happen.
Against Udyr.
Yeah. It's like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Oh, man. This is great game for T1 to start us off.
Yeah, people are going to look at the scoreline, and they're going to see Kana, and they're going to be like, how did that happen? Like, how is this possible? Well, the guy just had an incredible game, and T1 really showed up to play tonight. A fantastic showing in game number 1, going the way of T1 this time around. And Gen.G are going to have to mix something up.
I mean, I really liked Gen.G's draft better. Honestly, I really thought Faker was going to have serious problems dealing with BDD's Azir and the Udyr that comes with it. Like, you think about how well Udyr pairs with the mid and top side of the map for kill pressure when it's Azir versus Seraphine, and then Camille into Gragas. Yeah, Gragas can hold his own under turret in some of those exchanges, but he was actually winning those micro trades over and over and over again. And the Udyr spent most of his time on the bottom side of the map. So T1 end up getting a nice lead, and they kind of compound that into controlling objectives. Even though they lost that first Drake, they just took every single fight after that, and Kana was a menace. And every single time, Rascal was like, well, I'm still Camille. Let me see how this goes. He said no. And this was a great game for T1 to bounce back after what has been a very up and down roller coaster of a second round robin here. And it's rosters like this where you can see those hard decisions being made for T1, and I really like to see it. There were some holes, there were some small issues, right, with how they played. There were a few decision-making issues where, against a team that wasn't that far behind, things could have been a problem. But this is promising so far. Like, I'm a little bit excited about this T1 roster right now.
No, I mean, that's it's certainly very obvious when you have a performance like that maybe now is the time to stop swapping people in and out. But it was just the one game. I think that it was more so T1 playing really well rather than like Gen.G playing poorly. You mentioned like they could have been playing a lot more around the top side, right? I think that's one thing that Gen.G probably should have done.
Yeah.
I think Clid was basically just doing the herbivore thing where he's like, I'm going to kill all the monsters the fastest way possible. Whereas maybe putting more pressure onto that Gragas that's not even tanky, right? He's going AP. You could have potentially tried to go for some early dives, but they didn't do any of that. And what ended up happening is that Cuz is like, well, I guess I'll just, I'll hit level 6 and eventually we'll just kill this Camille. We have so much CC. I mean, Gragas and Hecarim are ridiculous when you compound that CC together. So basically Gen.G did nothing. T1 took the reins, and then all of a sudden they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, let's take a look at the damage numbers across the board here as we go into this game too, or into this post-game rather. And I mean, you can see the damage for Gragas is actually insane. Like, he out-damaged Ruler, who was starting to become a menace in the late game. So was BDD, but unfortunately T1 just didn't give them those opportunities to take straight-up team fights because they always had control over the map after they got those inhibitors. Are you going to walk into Seraphine, Hecarim, Gragas, right, and into these fights? Apparently Senna as well. It can be a big issue trying to walk into those Baron fights when you don't have vision. T1 have control of the map. It's a big problem, and it felt like, to be honest, Clid was trying to beat Cuz rather than win the game, like in terms of controlling the jungle, denying scuttles, and that didn't work. That was not the goal of the composition, and I'm hoping that Gen.G can bounce back and we can have a really good series here, and I think we will. I think this game is an isolated mini game kind of situation where like Kana actually ran away with the game, Clid didn't have a good Udyr game. I think we're in for a close best of 3, though, still.
Yeah, sometimes you get the one guys or the two guys that end up smurfing and take the game and just win it for you, and that kind of happened this time around. But T1, great performance in game number 1. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will get into the second game of the night.
해봐. 뒤에 날렸어.
카메라 볼게.
아직 누구?
카메라 봐줘.
아질.
아디를.
아지로 볼게.
이제 높이. 이제 방금 높여.
야, 가지마.
가지마. 유지롭게.
가지마. 유지.
맞아.
야, 미드가. 야, 카메라.
미드 라인 클리 없어.
직결할게 미드. 나
테레.
해봐가.
나은 거 같아. 킬 그만 봐. 나 공 15초. 킬 그만 봐. 끝나겠다, 이 정도면 근데. 끝나니까 아무리 할게, 이거는. 나 공 돼. 좀 더 놀아도 돼. 공 돼. 라이드 갈때 킬 그만 봐라, 이거.
편하게 합시다. 편하게.
강화 잘해보자.
잘해보자잉. 확인이요. 확인팅.
야 바론 갈란다.
야, 쳤어. 얘들아, 쳤어.
이거 이제 포켓몬 기획이네. 괜찮아.
우태형 위로 돌아봐.
돌게. 위로 덮게.
위로 돌아봐.
크게 쪼여. 천천히. 오케이. 위치 보면서 천천히 할게.
다 높여.
시즈드 좀 오케이. 나 여기서 빠져야 돼.
들어와줘, 얘들아, 들어와줘. 베인 높여.
나 빼야 돼.
잡아봐. 야, 쭉 가봐.
네.
오른쪽 기다리 따라가봐, 동범이.
오케이.
야, 탑미드 밀자.
한 명만 붙어주면 앞에서 다 지울 수 있긴 해. 내가.
우리 붙여서 하자, 이거.
얘네 시야 없다.
나는 텔로 갈 수 있어. 탑 지금 푸시 였고 출발할게.
해봐.
한번 해보자.
야, 룰러. 야, 이거. 싸움 봐봐. 야, 죽이고 미드가 끝나, 얘들아.
라인 지켜봐.
천천히, 얘들아. 끝났어. 넥서스, 얘들아, 넥서스 깨, 얘들아, 넥서스. 파워 쳐봐.
못 끝내겠는데 이거?
까비. 괜찮아.
너 쳐줘야 돼.
한대 써봐. 금방이야. 쳐.
너 만화가 없어.
잘했다, 됐다.
야 근데 마지막에 뭐 했냐 다들?
아이, 몰라겠다, 씨. 이겼으면 됐다, 그냥 일단.
한판 붙들어 갑시다. 초반에 뭐야? 커였네.
왜 저래, 갑자기?
시야 압박 주면 푸시로 밀어내만. 지금 파이크만 먼저 오고 여기. 이거 한번 살짝 토스 봐도 돼.
타이거 잡았어. 나이스. 집중하자.
천천히 하면 이긴다.
4명 다 정면.
나궁 그어놨어. 야 갈렸다 얘네.
파이크 2 없고.
싸요.
나 매우 맞은 거야, 매우. 가이사.
괜찮아.
나 매우 맞아서.
오케이. 신난다 터져서 매운 맞아서 그런 거야?
나 몰라.
얘네 친다.
탈 찍었다.
들어가 있을게 조냐 때문에.
짧은 공. 빠졌고.
야 얘네
좋아.
잡아.
좋아.
나 터졌고.
천천히 한대 빼고
앞라인 새거 없어 이거. 얘네 앞라인 아예 없다.
그거 나봤고. 야 나 스마 10초 천천히 해봐.
10초래.
천천히 해.
야 지금부터 딜할게.
먹어봐. 앞으로 뚫을게. 앞으로 가이사. 미드 가자. 미드 라인.
세라핀만 잡고 갈게.
침착해.
끝났어. 아 근데 내가 왜 이렇게 운영을 못할까 얘들아.
사이언 5초다. 아직 안 끝났어.
카이사 10초.
같이 끝내줘.
아 얘들아 킬놀이지 마.
겠다.
아, 나 진짜 미안하다 얘들아. 형이 운영을 진짜. 아 근데 형이 진짜 못한다 운영.
야 오늘 캐리할 사람 너희들이다.
뭔 소리야, 리엔즈잖아. 어떻게 캐리해?
그럼 우리 누가 캐리하는데?
미드가 캐리해야지.
왜 미드가 캐리해? 검은 머리 소나 얼마나 잘하는데?
갑자기 안 하던 애 하려고 하지 말고 라인가 먼저 봐.
7초 뒤에 바텀 나만 텔 돼. 5초 뒤에.
안 돼? 노플?
앞을 봐도 돼. 앞을 봐봐. 한 거야. 나이스.
이것도 잡았다.
헤카림 킬. 나이스.
김호링. 좋습니다.
불러.
야씨 저리가입니다.
위험한데?
죄송 진짜 죄송
건배 일로 와봐.
진짜 죄송.
야,
보자.
와 김건부 내가 살렸다.
무한년 소리. 수면.
나 이제 갈게.
터보공 탱크.
우리 용 빨리 가야 되긴 해. 우디로 용 뜬다.
조이
나
미친
치카
연계.
근데 건부야 너
아,
안 죽긴
진짜
하는데 딜이 생각보다 없는데?
형 이런 형이 넣어야지 무슨 소리야.
나?
빼면서. 야, 카밀 잡았어. 앞에 반월.
앞에 방어
카밀 잡았어.
앞에
앞에 반월과. 나 우디를 잡을게.
아발 죽었어.
인드.
비벼 그냥. 땀내나게 비벼. 땀내나게. 사우나야. 그냥 비벼.
따뜻하다. 할지.
어우 따뜻하다 야.
여기가 불가봐야.
아니 그 이어만 김건부 거 말 달리자 개 찍었어.
우물킬 우물킬? 우물킬?
나 술통 하나 깔아놓게.
오케이 잘
야.
가고.
대회가 장난이야? 헤카림?
대회가 장난이야?
웃음기 안 빼지 너.
너 뭐 재밌어? 그만큼 신나시는 거겠지. 예예 카밀.
뭘 카밀이야 빨리 밀어.
그만큼 신나신 거겠지.
어우 덥다.
Hello and welcome back everybody for the Saturday's LCK Analyst Desk, and today we'll be joined by Chang and me, P3 and Gorilla. Welcome! And this is Season with the translation, and we are now seeing some of the shaping off of the playoff seed. Heading into the last weeks of the spring split, T1 takes game number 1. They made a lot of change in their roster and also in their draft. Faker picked his 64th champion of his entire career, Seraphine mid, and this actually was a huge buff for the Hecarim as well, boosting his movement speed up. Hecarim was available, a very high tier champion in the current meta, and with this Hecarim as a main character, T1 was able to finish up their pick and ban around this pick. And Seraphine could have been a flex pick for support role as well. The second rotation of the pick and ban, Gragas and Nautilus was the ones to close out T1's comp, and well, their comp didn't look that ideal from the get-go, but T1 was able to pilot this comp really well with their mechanical level. Even though Genji completed their top side comp really early, T1 was able to counter them with their gameplay. So Seraphine is a champion that is really weak to kind of dive comp, but comp that has a really strong teamfight engages. But Genji on their side, they didn't have enough tools to open teamfight or force open fights into T1, and T1 was able to have a very smooth game up against Genji's comp by getting ahead in the early game. Camille, Azir, Ezreal. Well, I guess those kind of DPS champions didn't find the right time to build anti-healing items, so this also added more time for T1 to keep pushing their momentum forward. And with this sustainability, T1 was able to pick up most of the wins in this game, and also even though Ezreal was doing a lot of work in order to chunk down the T1's members, that was not enough in order to out-damage the healing coming out from Seraphine and Senna. Now let's take a look at this first replay. Camille was able to actually win the topside fight around the Herald. And Udyr, because he was clearing out the vision, he revealed himself to the T1's vision, which means T1 had this agenda to take fight on the top lane, and then Senna was also able to pick up assist with that ultimate from downtown. Prior to this fight, T1 was not able to secure that Herald, but still they were in a good spot to push this issue forward. So because T1 had this information that Camille would like to kind of play around the top side using the Herald, they also moved faster than the Genji's top side player. They were already on the top side in order to punish the upcoming plays from Genji. Looking at their draft, Genji was not having a lot of priority in terms of the champion matchup as well, so they were not able to come out stronger than T1. Now let's take a look at this fight after T1 took the Baron. Kana actually got a pick onto Azir prior to this Baron try, and then T1 secured their Baron. Yes, Genji was having a bit of a lead at this point, but still T1 was not that behind. So Rascal went in to re-engage, however, he got instantly body slammed by that Gragas, and then his ultimate also gets neutralized by Gragas Zonias. And then because of that hook, Israel immediately got deleted in this fight. Because Genji knew that if they let T1 walk away like this, there was no way for them to come back after this huge win. So they wanted to pick up some kills and make a trade after the T1's Baron, but still that was not enough, and Genji did not have enough tools to win team fight into T1's comp. And I think T1 is slightly ramping up, heading towards the playoff, and the POG will go over to Kana on Gragas, legendary Gragas in this game, and the solo kill machine Kana is back. He's been absent in the LCK for about 40 days, and he's been hitting rank 1 in Korean solo queue ladders, and now we can see his solo queue performance is slowly channeling into his LCK performance as well. Rascal seemed to be a little bit more shaky into this matchup versus Kana, and the way Kana used his cask body slam were really on point. Gragas, well, his Q skill will get nerfs in the upcoming patch, but in this game, Kana actually maxed his body slam first. So he was able to keep adding pressure on that top lane up against Rascal, and unanimous POG secured by Kana with that perfect performance. It's been a while since we saw him on the Rift, but it's really nice to see him with an evolved performance. Now we're heading into game number 2 between Genji and T1. Is it gonna be a repeat of 2020 Spring Split Final, or will Genji come back stronger in game number 2?
Thank you so much, G-Sun, once again for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk. As good to see Kana getting the respect he deserves. He totally owned the lane and totally ended up owning the game. Became legendary by the end of it, had 9 kills, 0 deaths.
9 votes for his 9 kills in the end, and I mean, Cuz had a fantastic game as well, but I feel like the top lane matchup, which is where Genji was supposed to try to get control in this game, he controlled it, he crushed it, like he turned it on its head so hard that everything that Cuz did from then on was so much easier than it was supposed to be.
It certainly helps when you get mega accelerated to Everfrost and then you're a level up on a Camille, right? It's just like, okay, well, good luck, Camille, you can't do anything. Like, you just can't even enter the lane. You dominate the lane, and then they had that team fight around the Rift Herald, and after that, it just felt like the game was over, and it absolutely was. And I don't know what happens to Genji sometimes against T1. They just forget how to play, and you know, they certainly did not look like the number 2 team in the LCK in the beginning of that game, and they really had to get stuff going in that game, and they did the exact opposite of that, Wolf.
Yeah, the early game was a big problem. The drafting, you know, there's a lot of debate, even amongst our talent crew out here, actually, as to who won the draft. I personally thought I liked Genji's draft a lot more. It wasn't utilized correctly. But I think this game is kind of one of those isolated scenarios. It happens all the time in best of 3s, which is why I'm so glad we still have that, you know, that format here in the LCK. Because sometimes you have a bad game where you don't execute on your draft, but then you come back in games 2 and 3, you get the reverse sweep, you play your game better, or you change up your style a little bit and you catch the other team off guard, or you just end up playing to your strengths better. Like, sometimes you have a fluke game, and I feel like this one game was kind of an isolated incident. And if someone stopped me right now and said, who do you predict to win the series, given what we saw in game 1, I would still predict Genji to come back. I think they are the stronger team even still. But with a draft like that going that badly, I mean, the rest of the game is just kind of, you're playing with one hand tied behind your back.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, what happens? The whole house of cards comes crashing down, right? You feel good about the draft. I wouldn't even be surprised if they don't mix anything up here, right? They do ban away the Senna, which is a change, right? They leave the Twisted Fate available. So You can see that T1 are thinking about it. You know, do we go for the Hecarim this time? Do we go for the Seraphine? It's clear that they want to pick these picks that they feel like together have so much synergy, which they do, and have incredible team fight potential. And they're going to go ahead and pick up the Seraphine. BDD says, well, let's run it back.
Valdez, we might... Okay, well, never mind, because they're going to grab the Udyr instead of grabbing the Camille. I was just saying, we might actually get a almost repeat draft where we get to actually have the same
Still
sort
good.
of... I mean, we still definitely could. And, like... This could be a really fantastic moment for Gen.G to actually showcase like why their comp still works if they have a better game, if Rascal actually plays the top side a lot safer than he did previously. This could end up being really awesome. Obviously, there's not going to be a Senna in this game. It's not going to be exactly the same draft, but it's already starting off to be very similar. Even with sides swapped here, the priority is the same, and it will be Teddy picking up the Kai'Sa. And, you know, we didn't even get to talk about Teddy that much on the last game. He had some really cool global ults, but because the team fights were so stompy and were so wombo-y from T1 that we didn't really even get to see what Teddy could have done if they were behind. A lot of the pressure would have been on him. And we're going to see the Camille, so we are basically going to get a rematch of Game 1.
We're doing the salty run back here in the LCK.
I want to see a Gragas ban here from Gen.G. I mean... Gragas Scion ban and then see how differently this one looks maybe, right? Like, I'm a little bit worried because if they do ban the Gragas and then leave the Scion open, then Kana can just play Scion. It's not going to be the same type of game. Like, he's not going to be crushing it and stomping the lane, but he can scale up really well and then he works well with Seraphine. So you have two options here if you're T1 if that's left open.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think as Gen.G, you immediately have to remove those gigantic tanks that become even more obnoxious with the Seraphine behind them. And, you know, with the Kai'Sa already picked here, their team fighting is already insane. And if they get a big tank to fight behind, like, I'd even go as far as to say that even if Scion gets banned, pick Ornn or pick Malphite or pick anything.
Or
like,
the Kaiser.
Well, I don't know about that, but, you know, like... just pick some kind of beefy boy. They're going to ban away the Kennen here, which is pretty interesting. I don't know about that.
The Kennen serves a very similar role to the Gragas in terms of how the matchup can be played, or how Kana played it, let's just say, because usually, you know, Gragas plays a little bit more tanky and plays more defensively, but that didn't happen last game. The explosive power of a Kennen who does get ahead. I mean, this almost feels like insurance in this ban for Gen.G. Like, let's make sure that they don't get another explosive top AP champion that is going to destroy us in team fights. There's a lot of lockdown onto Ruler here. They banned not the Ezreal, but in fact the Xayah and Tristana responses to the Kai'Sa. So banning for the meta rather than the player, I would argue. And if Aphelios is left open, they'll take it. There's no Thresh, obviously, to pair with it.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. You know, if you go Aphelios and Nautilus, then you immediately bolster your team fighting ability as well, right? You already have the Azir, and Camille, while she is a really strong split pusher, can enter some of those fights, especially when you have your own kind of hyper carry and plus Stanky Boy down on the bottom side. As T1, they're thinking about what they're going to go for. It looks like Leona will be the pick. They really want to get on top of the Aphelios, who will not have the option to have the Thresh alongside of him for mobility.
It's a lot of discussion as to, you know, where this top pick goes right now. And with the Leona lock-in, there were a lot of different options. Like the set could have been mid, Seraphine could have been support, but now Leona comes through. And they're going to take what looks like a pretty stable Nara pick here into the Camille. This has been very high variance. Like, it's a volatile matchup where you can get absolutely crushed by somebody like Rascal in the top lane, as Taric would be a very, very sturdy choice here, and actually works extremely well with this comp in terms of team fights. So I don't hate it, but very off meta right now. Yeah, and I'll take the Galio instead, which is going to be great into the Leona, the Gnar, and the Hecarim in particular.
Yeah, pretty cool idea. Something you've highlighted many times in the past, right? The potential for just absorbing engage with his taunts. You know, you don't always have to be the guy that's flashing in and making the crazy, you know, 5-man taunt plays. You can just be a soaker, an amazing peeler for your AD carry. And while you don't have the Lantern that the Thresh does, you have the ability to kind of immediately taunt off whoever tries to dive onto the Aphelios. So I like the idea.
The top side of the map here, you know, from mid and upwards for both of these teams remains largely the same in terms of the idea here. The Gnar is another champion that, you know, you can go, well, he can be stable under turret, can be tough to win the matchup, but it's also a champion that if given a lot of resources and if Rascal is once again neglected by Klid, he can get ahead, he can trade back some kills if Colors comes up there, and he can start to bully the Camille. It is possible, but this feels like it's going to be a lot harder of a variation here for T1 to execute on to have that same sort of success for Kana in the top side of the map. So maybe, just maybe, this Rascal Klid duo of Camille and Udyr can get more value done this time. Maybe we could see that converted into some more kill pressure in mid. We didn't see even one Emperor's Divide attempt to try to get Flash away from Faker in that last game. So again, proactivity is the name of the game here once again for Gen.G. They have a comp that scales better in the late game, but you need to get that Camille fed early so she can have that side lane pressure, so Udyr can help you on those later fights.
Absolutely. We'll see if they have woken up after game number 1. I think that a lot of Gen.G fans would be disappointed with the way game 1 went. They kind of just laid back and didn't do much and then kind of lost the game without doing anything. So a bit more proactivity, as you mentioned, and just taking better fights as well. Like some of the decisions that were made in the early game fights in game number 1 were not the best. If you can kind of shore those up and clean things up a little bit in the early game, even if you don't get ahead, I think, as you mentioned, their scaling is quite nice, and you do have some good chances to just eventually scale on and win the game. I think everybody's hoping, if you're just you know, a neutral observer and you're looking to enjoy some League of Legends, we're hoping for 3 games.
I really am. And what I want more than anything else, to be honest, just like on a personal level, is for T1 to perform well in all 3. And already the first game was a pretty good start, pretty good indicator of that. And, you know, Faker, as mentioned on the analyst desk, we didn't talk about it too much. It's his first career game with Seraphine last game. This is now his second. He played against
64th unique
64th
champion?
unique champion he's played in the mid lane.
He
He played against Seraphine earlier this season when he played against Umti, actually, I think it was, who was flexing in because Lava was sick that day.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was like set to the Seraphine he played, but he's showcased, obviously, that he knows how to deal with this matchup, which is not easy for the Seraphine. I think, actually, that might have been Seraphine's first win in LCK this season versus Azir. But, yeah, it's definitely a matchup that's tough, and he played really well around it. And let's see if he can do it again. Very excited to see, like, you know, an almost rematch of the first game draft, or very similar.
Mm-hmm. Very similar ideas. I think the biggest change is the bottom lane of Gen.G, right? You go on to a bit more of a hyper carry with the Aphelios compared to the Ezreal. They both have strong late games, but the Aphelios can do some crazy stuff. As we're getting the engage down the bottom side, Life has to flash away, and look at that burst damage. Life not really going to be able to do much in this lane from here on out. Throwing up the peace sign does Keria. Really enjoying that fight.
A lot of respect shown from Life, but I really appreciate the flash. If another Zenith Blade comes off cooldown, he dies. And with no minions there, he knows that it's going to be very difficult to avoid the Void Seeker. So he just wanted to get out of there, like, straight away. Obviously, you know, we can heal that up pretty quickly, but losing your flash this early on is going to make this a little bit tougher. It's not a, you know, huge straight-up win, right? Leona versus Galio matchup. It's not like a matchup crusher. And, you know, Aphelios is at his best when you're pulling a Duck Dom and winning lanes so hard that you get turret plates and then get turret plates in the top lane. Don't know if that's going to happen this game. It feels very unlikely in this matchup into the Leona.
Yeah, certainly the Leona was a nice pick there from Keria. You saw that his win rate is 3-0 on the pick. Obviously, very well versed in the power of Leona. We don't see her all the time, right? We see a lot more kind of the Alistair. Obviously, Rel comes in a lot, the Thresh, but not too much Leona.
Yeah, his Thresh is his most played and his best, you know, win rate champion, but his Leona's number 2. I mean, Leona has perfect win rate on it, but he's played less than half the games because he hasn't the Thresh. And he's also played a billion champions, as we are going to see a nice trade up here for Kana. Is once again just kind of killing it in a matchup that is not easy to do that in.
Yeah.
This is why people were so hyped about Kana in 2020, is he was winning top lane so handedly, even in unfavorable matchups, so often that people were like, this is the solo killer. This is the guy who doesn't need resources in the top lane to get ahead. And that's the story of Game 1. It feels like we're going back in time here.
Yeah. I mean, it should be clear to a lot of our fans out there that, the players go through swings, right, where they're on top of the world, and then all of a sudden, they go down. It's not always just stable. It's hard for pro gamers to always be, great. As we're having another trade down on the bottom side. Not going to get that last hit onto life, actually, and you can see Teddy takes enough damage to pressure him off of that. As in comes Cuz. Remember, no flash here on life, and even through the exhaust, that's going to be the first blood on to that Galio bot. Very well baited into that fight, and even though he was really close to the turret, still able to pick up that kill.
I was literally about to say the words almost came out of my mouth. You could see that Life is really respecting the fact that they don't know if Cuz is here or not because he stayed back so far. And then he walked forward, got Zenith bladed, and then Cuz is able to close that gap so quickly on the Hecarim. So, I thought he was ready, but he was not. And here we go. This is where it starts.
This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see Khalid up in the top side. He's taken a lot of damage, but 2v1 here. You can imagine that they should get the kill. The flash comes in from Kana as he tries to pick up at least the one onto Khalid, but it does not come through as they will convert on the 2v1.
Keria gonna make this a duo lane in mid just to guarantee that Faker can get this farm safely because he knows BDD is going to be hitting 6 shortly and wants to be able to make sure that lane is shoved when that is the case. So I really like that commitment there to give a little extra space in Faker's most vulnerable moment as BDD hits 6 and that Clit is gone, so you're going to be pretty safe there. But watching this once again here on the bottom side of the map, like Cuz has been here this whole time, they don't have vision, so Life gets hit by the Zenith Blade and backs off. And then it feels like, okay, you could trade back a little bit of damage here, but at this moment, after they toss out the damage, like Life actually tosses that one out, then he's like, okay, I'm walking away. But he stayed so long there. I don't know if he should have actually even committed that skill shot in. And it's like, easy cleanup from here, and this is just an overextension from Kana, unfortunately. He almost trades it back.
Yeah.
He is in Meganar, it's the first stun, and has the follow-up leap forward. And there's just too much damage, sadly. Hookshot is dodged, and that's actually what almost gets him the trade back.
Yeah. If he gets in there, maybe gets his boomerang back up, could see a very different trade. As, remember, Life still doesn't have blast, but this time around, Khalid is here, but the 3-on-3, who wins this one? A perfect Hecarim ultimate onto the 3 of them, but with the TP coming in, T1 will try to get out of here. BDD, I don't know what that was. That's going to be a bit of a whoopsie. And now we have the encore that comes in, and Khalid alongside of Ruler are going to be rooted up. This is a disaster for Gen G, and T1 easily clean up 4-0 on Teddy now.
Teddy's got the jaw hitting the floor laugh after that trade, as we're going to see X-Tech Ultimatum under turret here. Kana is very free to just trade this back, and he's about to hit Meganar. Got to be careful up there, Rascal. But yeah, that Emperor's Divide was going in the wrong direction. And, I mean, this is really... Like, it was a good rotation, and it was a nice response from BDD. The teleport was good, but the execution of that fight is rough. And why are you taking that exchange when, once again, you don't know where Cuz is? It's really easy for him to have a game-changing ultimate there if he is nearby. You're all clumped up, you're hard engaging, grouped. This is not an exchange where everyone's peeled apart and you're trying to actually look for one pick as everybody retreats kind of thing. You just kind of went in head first, right? Like, everybody's grouped up here. Clit is here, so you feel safe. But when you group up like this, on top of one target who's taunted, that gives Cuz the perfect opportunity to hit the triple fear. And then this BDD teleport in is super nice. He Shurima shuffles forward, but then unfortunately pushes Cuz the wrong way. If he hits Cuz the other way, they might trade back 1-for-1, but Faker's here to get the catch with the encore. I mean, it's just so much damage output at this stage. This is a disaster, as you said. And it's all based off of a skirmish on the bottom side that was based on a lie. It was based on the idea of like, okay, they don't know Clit's here, let's just face roll this. And it was just overall a bad decision because you don't have vision of where Cuz is. And this is the second time in the bottom lane that you're going to give up so much extra gold to Teddy this game. And this is a very rough start. I mean, arguably even worse than last game for Gen G.
Yeah. You can kind of tell that the pressure is getting to these Gen G players, and this is what I was talking about. Just sometimes against T1, it's like they forget how to play. I don't know. I mean, Gen G, BDD is a much better player than that, but then you just have these moments where it's like, man, that's not what you expect to see. It's unfortunate, right, for BDD. He's probably going to get ridiculed for that one, but, you know.
And this happens sometimes, right?
Gotta play better than that.
I think this is something that's very it's not discussed very often in the League of Legends community and in esports in general, that these players are not robots. They are human, and they have off days. They have off sections of a split, right? For example, Kana, the perfect example of this. Incredible 2020, really rough start to 2021. Bounces back immediately in this series. You know, we saw Rich end up pulling somebody into a Lamb's Respite yesterday. Like, these mistakes happen at the highest level. These are not robots. These are humans who make mistakes, right? And you know, I don't want to ridicule BDD for that one too much, but it's a mistake that's going to cost you big in a critical moment in this game. At T1, they have so many tools. They have so much lockdown. They have a huge fear. They have a huge charm combo that they can set up so easily. And when you try to skirmish like this in the early game, just based off of, I hope they don't know that Clid is here. I hope they don't think Clid's here. I don't know if that's really your win condition at this stage. I think trying to control top and mid is where your resources should be going.
Yeah, you know, it's rough, right? There is potential to try to 3v2, and as you mentioned, if the enemy jungler isn't there, you're pretty golden. But you know, it was also a fantastic timing on the roam by Faker, right? Even if BDD hits that Emperor's Divide, maybe you get the kill on the Cuz.
Yeah, you get one kill back.
He's in such a rough position because he's so far up the lane by himself, basically, and all of his teammates are so low after the Hecarim ultimate, right? So it's like, you know, even though it looks really silly and that's the obvious play, Faker's roam timing is perfect to try to get there on time to deny the teleport play. So either way, we have more plays coming, so we don't have to talk about that one. In goes the Hecarim, and this Kaisa is just insane right now. 5-0 after one more kill. As life has to flash away. Faker's here once again, so
when you have so much lane prio like this, Valdez, you could just go around. You can loop around the backside with Hecarim. He's there to scoop up the kills. And you said this to me as soon as Game1 ended. You were like, I hope you saw the power of Hecarim, because I was saying, you know, I'm not feeling Hecarim right now in LCK. Like, I'm not sure about this champ. Hasn't been that successful here. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the power now.
You feeling it now, Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, that's right.
Rascal tried to go in there. You know, he has the Dark Harvest here on his Omni Stone, but now he actually takes a huge amount of damage, and he's just going to get flashed on. Okay, well, that wasn't flash you were looking for. But at least Rascal gets pushed out of the lane, and Kana will win yet another trade up in the top side.
Yeah, he is up 20 CS. He's going to get another turret plate here, perhaps even two. Like, I don't think you can stop this. He has Demolition, so it's going to be easy. This game is out of control, the lead here for T1. The same sort of things apply in terms of the scaling for Genji once again, and you need to put BDD in the side lanes to get him a lot of extra gold, etc., like we were talking about last time, as all plates go down here on the top side. And, you know, Ruler obviously is on Aphelios, which can scale up, but, like, it's way harder to pull off this Aphelios than it is to pull off the Ezreal, because Ezreal is so much more mobile. He has the ability to chip away at a pretty decent distance to actually get damage done. Aphelios is kind of ammo dependent in that way, doesn't have the same sort of range, does not have an escape, does not have a thresh in this game. So it's even harder, arguably, for the scaling champions of Genji to find that value in those late game team fights. Once again, T1 has neglected to try to take this advantage into a Drake. They're trying to get more gold on the bottom side of the map and on the top side instead. So that does give Genji time, right? A lot of these teams are neglecting getting first Drakes when they don't think it matters as much, and it does give Genji a little bit more objective time, just like last game.
Carrier, where are you going?
Cuz is not here, but he has Flash.
Yeah, and you say Cuz isn't here, but actually, like, you know,
he can be there in a second.
He can be there anytime. We're trying to get on top of VDD. He tries to put up the wall, and he actually is successful there. Cuz is about to run out of the timer on this Rift Herald, so he has to drop this down now. Good timing, too. I mean, the plates are about to go down. So he wants to feed Faker here.
Faker's handling of this matchup and his positioning throughout this entire game, and last game as well, both, you know, Seraphine versus Azir matchups, end up being great. And let's not forget, Faker is the most iconic Azir player of all time, so he understands this matchup very well.
Oh, boy. We're going to get the sun into the wall, and now Rascal, he's just holding on to his Hecarim ultimate. There you go. Yeah, just going to wait for that perfect moment. See if he really needed to use it, because the kill was just so easy, even without it, potentially.
Look at all the wards. Look at all the blue wards on the map, top and bottom. Genji just don't have any vision, so Clid has to stay mid when the Rift Herald gets dropped to make sure that there's no dive onto BDD. T1 know that. They see him not rotating up, and then they make a pick happen. They're going to try to trade this back, though.
Hecarim is just too fast. Like, you're just not going to get on top of them. Now Kana is alone. Yeah, he's the one that does get caught out. Not quite as fast as Hecarim, Udyr, and Brothers.
Yeah, Faker had teleport, but did not want to commit it there. But I really like to see the vision control that T1 have that Clid is now trying to do his best to repel a little bit of, because you can make plays like this on the top side when you know where Clid is and that you can't match that rotation as quickly. Stay a little bit long. They've been a little bit greedy on that, but I would like to point everyone's attention once again to the Mountain Drake that is up. We're almost 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And like, if you're Gen G, I think you're okay with this because, you know, you're not worried about getting that pacing ahead. You actually want to kind of slow the game down for T1, and you're okay with them not taking this fight. So they know, as he walks over a ward, in fact, that there's just no way the Udyr can be here right now. But then, you know, they stay a little bit too long. BDD comes up, but gets the catch here. And Hecarim, yeah, he's fine. But Kana, not so lucky.
I wish I had 4 legs. Yeah, doesn't quite have it. At least he's got a tail, I guess.
He could have if he had Mega Noir, but he didn't, so.
Yeah, true. Aren't those his arms, though? Just like kind of bent over? I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard, you know, it really depends on like where you're going from a lore standpoint.
Yeah, I don't know my Gnar anatomy too well. Didn't study that class. Take a look at the difference in the golds in the 80 carry role.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ruler, he just finished his first item recently, whereas Teddy's like, yeah.
Look at the
See you
plate
later,
goal.
buddy.
1,600.
Ruler didn't even finish his item yet.
Nope. He's about to come back. He's double buy. He's like, what? Teddy's got the double buy, and yeah, I don't know if he's going to get his item anytime soon, but like, what I wanted to say was, you know, T1 have put so many resources into getting this early item advantage and all this gold lead that they've neglected the Drake, and it actually does go to Gen G, so it's a similar problem to the last game that they might face. But like, I don't know if it's really going to come to that point, because T1 are so ahead that this map belongs to them. They're going to kill this turret before the Rift Herald spawns. So this Rift Herald might actually get a charge. Speed needs to get over here ASAP. This Rift Herald could get a charge on the inhibitor turret if they engage here, and they will.
Ooh, they're gonna find Ruler. Thankfully, he took cleanse in this game, but take a look at the damage. I mean, Teddy just hops over the top and says, "Okay, now you have to leave." Like, please leave, sir. And this feels a lot like game number 1, right? Like Rascal is having more split push potential because Kana's trying to group up with his team, as an R should, compared to the AP Gragas. But it doesn't really matter, right? Like, the Camille is still very far behind. It's not quite as far behind as the last game. And T1 still have a massive lead in this game. Maybe even more than the last game.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think so. And, you know, like, the Camille is not as far behind in terms of, like, the gold department or the matchup. But with the map, with the 4 turrets that T1 have taken out, like, where do you split push safely? Like, you don't have any options. You don't have any fallback on the map to go, okay, well, I can split push here because we still have the top turret. Maybe I can find something. Not really. You know, you're taking wolves right now because there's no opportunity for you on the map. And if T1 trying to make a play elsewhere, you don't even have a comp that can, like, slow down a Baron while you're pushing elsewhere, for example. You really just don't have tools, and it's not a composition that's terrible in the late game because of the scaling opportunities you have with the Aphelios and the Azir, but the Aphelios still doesn't have his Mythic yet. It's like that far behind, as you pointed out earlier. And the Azir isn't going to be very good when there's no one to support him or peel for him. He has to just play so passively with no turrets to farm under either. Like, it's hard for him to get that gold now. And he just has to sit up here and wait for the waves to come. And T1's like, thank you, we'll take all the control over the map. We'll keep this vision advantage we have.
Yeah. You can see that Gen Z are pretty all in on the split push. They just send Clid to go down here, but take a look at the way that Kana plays it. He just sits here, farms under turret. As long as he doesn't die, T1 are gold, right? If he dies and, you know, turrets start going down and inhibitors getting pressured, then maybe. But if not, then in the 4v4, or even the 4v3, if Udyr is here, the Kai'Sa with 2 items with Collector this early on, you're just never going to win that as Gen G. So
yeah.
T1, as long as Kana plays safely, they're in just a fantastic spot here to do whatever they want. As, you know, Hextech Ultimatum, pretty good against Hecarim. Yeah. Pretty good against shutting down that horsey.
No way out of that one, I'm afraid. The timing of that coming through very well played. So a little bit of greed here from Cuz, gets punished.
Again, feels a lot like Game 1.
Yeah, really does. Feels like we're seeing a second version of it. sequel is often worse than the original.
Yeah.
In this case, I would tend to agree. But Cuz is just out here by himself, by his lonesome, doesn't have any idea where Rascal is. Gets to avoid, of course, the hook shot with his ultimate, but it's not going to stop the Hextech ultimatum from keeping him locked up.
Yeah. It's like you can avoid 4 champions, but if the Hextech ultimatum gets used, you're just going to die as long as too many people there. He's probably just like, well, I'm Heckering with Chem Tank, I'm really tanky, and I have my ultimate available. And Ghost, like, nobody can catch me, right? And then that happens. So he gets his one chance, but he should learn from there.
And even with that pick, you could see that, you know, with no Drake available for the next 45 seconds, Gen.G don't really gain anything on the map. They're not even really comfortable trying to clear vision, you know, with those next few seconds they had. You can still see T1 has very deep vision on the top side of the map. And they know that Camille's on bottom side. She's shown herself there several times. So this is just like Teddy going, okay, well, I'm 5-0-0, and I'm just going to keep farming top side. I know Camille isn't anywhere near me. We have vision all around the top side of the jungle, so there's no way that anyone can rotate in to punish me for farming without me seeing it. And then with that same vision control and the top wave push, they can actually start a Baron. And Camille has to back and come over here.
Yeah. So, Gen.G, the one way they win this one is they kill Kai'Sa. I think if you don't kill Kai'Sa here, you're probably just going to lose the fight. You could maybe commit, try to get Clid to go for the steal and then back away. But at this point, it looks like T1 just want to turn around on this one. The Encore is pretty lackluster, but still the front-to-back fight is here for T1. They're going to chip away. They catch Rascal, and they don't get much else. So they kill the top laner. But Clid's still with the splash available. There's still that threat of the steal, but T1 far enough ahead that they're just going to start this one up again.
They used all of their, combo tools, though, all of their big ultimates here in this fight. In fact, all 5 of them were used. So this is an opportunity for Gen.G to try to front to back, but it's just so difficult.
Another turn is going to come on in here. Cuz no ultimate available. Life just trying to peel for his team. As Ruler does a nice amount of damage here if he is kiting them back, but
they're split.
Yeah, the slow is going to come onto Ruler this time around, and he is not going to 200 years this game, as he will be taken out, and now T1 are considering taking the Baron.
This is such a cool fight, the first part of that fight, where the killer instinct from Teddy is so perfect because he knows there's actually an invisible line that's drawn by Faker that you can't see, which is his ultimate between the top side of Gen.G and where he ults in. And if they try to collapse on him, he's free. And once again, Gen.G going to try to deny this.
Yeah, trying to ult on a Clid. Keria is going to die. This is going to come to a 50-50. It goes to the Clid. The Udyr steals the Baron away.
Unbelievable.
And now they're going to get the double fear, but that is big for Gen.G. They buy some time picking up that Baron away from T1.
Unfortunately, the players who are going to have the Baron here for Gen.G are ones that are not going to be able to do anything on the map right now, but it is a huge denial. Watch this killer instinct from Teddy here as he goes through, like, there's so much peel, and then Teddy's here and he's like, okay, Faker actually cuts this in half. Rascal, you can't be here, or you're going to get charmed, you're going to get cut in half by this ultimate combo that comes through. Cuz is there as well.
We actually have a big fight happening right now. This is for the Ocean Drake, and the second Kai'Sa arrives, you turn tail and you run.
You're already outnumbered here.
It's 9-0.
Yeah, you're outnumbered. You're against a fed Kai'Sa. You can't be here.
Teddy's like kiting the blue buff while he's getting a kill. There's just nothing he can do. He is the sheriff, and he tells you where you can and cannot go on this rift.
I mean, this is starting to look like an unsurmountable lead. We're getting closer and closer to the 10,000 gold lead mark for T1. And sure, they don't have a Drake advantage. It's the same, issue as the last game, but just like the last game, it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't feel like it's going to be that impactful because there's just such a massive lead here for T1 that Gen.G are never going to be worrying about these sorts of fights. This Ruler is just way out of position here, and Teddy's like, okay, this is the easiest killer instinct of my career. Coming forward, Life also way out of position, gets pulled back. And the teleport comes through, but for what? How do you turn this one around? Rascal's like, better walk away as soon as I come out of that one.
Yeah.
And that's actually his teleport down. If he doesn't commit it there, they might get a turret, so he has to. And T1 just have such control over the map.
Okay, again, the one way you can win is if you kill Teddy. Do they have the reach? The answer is no. Absolutely not. 0%. Another kill to the Kaisa, 11-0. This is looking like gold solo queue right now. He is just owning the game by himself.
Very much a done deal, I think, this game. He has so much damage that you can't even dive onto him because he'll kill you so quickly. He doesn't actually have to worry about being blown up at this stage. Gen G need way more lockdown to actually kill him. Unfortunately, T1 have all the defensive peel tools against anyone who tries to dive in. And we'll watch this again. Like, Rascal's here. Clid really wants that follow-up lockdown. It's a shot, shot call comes through. Rascal's like, I'm here. Hextech ultimatum gets him out of the ultimate, but like, where is any other follow-up damage? Teddy's positioning is too good on top of it all. There's just no way to follow through and hit any sort of damage or even auto attacks onto the Kaisa here.
Yeah.
Who has rapid fire cannon just for extra range, for that extra poke and damage, that extra safety.
Yeah, it's a rough timing because either you go when he went before there are more T1 members, or you wait for your team to catch up.
Lose-lose.
And it's like, ugh. We're probably not going to kill the Kaisa. Even if we kill the Kaisa and my whole team is there, then T1 is there as well, and they just clean us up even without the Kaisa. Because while the Kaisa is very obvious, I mean, you have 2, 1, and 12 Hecarim, the Nars decently fed, the Seraphine can do enough damage, right? They have other tools.
Yeah, if you go in, even with BDD hitting an Emperor's Divide on top of it, you have like a, Hextech Ultimate Emperor's Divide coming through. Then Cuz just ults everyone who tries to follow up, and then you lose the fight instantly because Teddy just auto attacks. He like presses A and clicks on somebody, and they disappear very quickly. He presses some abilities too, and it gets crazy.
True. Probably that Q ability. I hear that one is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Even after some nerfs.
Very slight nerfs,
Yeah, it's a good one.
Well, I mean, this is just T1 controlling vision now around Baron, while also threatening this inner turret. Oh no, you rotate over there? Well, Cuz is going to push this wave in. And this is very, very slow, methodical play, just like we saw last game. Have an advantage. You can force the team to play tennis with you, basically. And Gen G are responding to every single ping pong that T1 are sending their way. And then the vision control goes deeper forward. Look at those control wards. There's a line of them. And then if you're Gen G, you have to be so careful about how you clear that, because you might walk into a Seraphine ult, you might walk into an Hecarim ult. Obviously, in this case, they know it's Cuz's bottom, but T1 are just waiting. They're just ticking down the clock until that next objective comes up, because they know the fight is almost 100% theirs as long as they don't make a mistake setting up for it.
Yeah. Cloud Soul in this game is actually pretty nice. I know we're kind of in a position now where it's like, man, I mean, I don't think Gen G can beat this Kaisa raid. But, still stands to say that the Cloud Soul is going to be pretty nice for T1. And, you just hop in with your ultimate, and to get all those game-changing, super impactful ultimates up a lot quicker, and also to have that speed.
Yeah,
speed boost is just fantastic on pretty much all of them. So, just really nice for the squad. Not a bad one in this scenario, even though many times there are better souls.
Gen G, I wonder if trying to trade this Drake for Baron is an option for them. The problem is the timing doesn't work out for that either really well, because T1 can't start this first. In fact, T1 just wanted to secure vision on the Drake, but they had no intention of taking that first. They're just going to walk back over here, take this Baron vision away again, and then start that one. I was thinking, like, maybe that's one way Gen G gets a small edge in this game, trade a Baron somehow, but Baron spawns first, T1 clear the vision, here we go. Gen G, you've got one chance in this game, one last fight, and you don't have the tools to win it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to take a literal miracle.
The turn with Seraphine alone is ridiculous. Not to mention all the other ultimates that T1 have.
Not to mention they're blind. They have no vision.
Yeah, no vision.
No eyeballs here on T1.
T1, they clear the wards, which actually gives Gen G a chance to spot them on the Baron. So they know that this is coming in. Clid in position. It's really just going to come down to if Clid can steal it away, but they're waiting on the DPS. Carriet here to stun him. That is going to be a very simple and clean Baron take to the side of T1.
And Rascal's going to get mid-turret, but do you really care if you're T1? Not at all. If you're going to grab this Cloud Drake, put yourself one closer to the soul that we probably won't see in this game. It's going to make the Baron push a little bit delayed because of this mid-pressure, so that's going to take it a little bit more time. But Teddy is already here to get this inner turret and to look for the inhibitor turret that comes with it. And for Gen G, like you lost the Baron, you couldn't take a fight. Clid was had to literally flash over the wall and hope for a 50-50. I think deciding not to do that was by far the better option, not to mention that he was also being stunned and pushed away from even having the chance to do that. So you lose Baron, and now you just have to hope for a defensive fight under inhibitors. And T1, I mean, feels like SK Telecom T1's slow, methodical play here. What do you do against this unless T1 makes a big mistake, which they simply are not?
Yeah. Even Teddy checking all the flanks, all the brushes.
Leaving no bush unturned.
Yeah. Just wants to make sure that he is safe. And now he's got his whole team here. Cuz slowly pushing the wave, you can see that he's not actually forcefully clearing minions, trying to time it here with the wave on the bottom side to crash. Very just, as you mentioned, methodical, classic, traditional League of Legends play. You know?
LCK, you know, traditional style.
Absolutely.
Not postmodern LCK.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, they're just going for the push here. And you can see that with the Azir, it's not going to be easy. It's just going to be the simple push and win for T1.
You know what?
Still have to respect that wave clear.
Rascal is actually going mid again, and this time he threatens an inhibitor turret. There's nobody there to give the Baron buff to these minions, so he clears this super fast. And Gen G handling of this is really well done. Now, can he get out of here is the real question, and it seems like the answer is going to be yes. Cuz has a lot of chasing power with Dead Man's Plate, etc. Doesn't even need to use the blast cone there, and he does get out. So this actually wastes a huge amount of time on that Baron buff clock. It's actually well played by Gen G. I mean, they're still in a really tough spot, and this is not like a game-changing play, but it is definitely a game-extending play.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's all you can hope for right now when you're down 0-1 in this series. You're down 8,000 gold when your opponent's on match point, and T1 with a huge resurgence here. And Gen G fans right now hoping and praying, holding their breath here.
Yeah, I mean, with Kai'Sa as bad as she is, it does feel inevitable, but like, again, you pick the Kai'Sa, you're at Aphelios 0-3, but I mean, he's got 3 items, right? That's still a huge break point for an Aphelios. About to hit level 16.
Rascal's going off the side lane again.
Yeah, I mean, if you wait here as T1 and you take 3 Barons and get nothing from it, then, you know, we enter a stage of the game where we're just in extreme late game and still Gen G's comp is pretty good. So I like that they're actually going for the play here. Teddy is going to go into that backline, immediately blows up BDD, just removes him from the fight right from the get-go. That's a cute little exhaust you've got there, says Teddy. Doesn't affect me at all. As T1, they felt the pressure and they went for it.
BDD not having any damage in this fight means that T1 could just kind of walk forward here and end the game. Even with a huge taunt, there's just not enough damage for Gen G to end this.
Yeah, welcome to Seraphine's world.
Yep.
You're not going to have much fun with that one. Carrio's got a stopwatch. Teddy, he's got a front line in spades this time around. And with Aphelios going down, that is going to signal the end of the game. Cuz going to pull out that last member. Only Clid remains, and T1 will take the extremely dominant and clean 2-0 win tonight over Gen G. They're going to go ahead and let Faker die as the Nexus will go down. But that is about as one-sided as it gets in terms of T1 just absolutely smacking down Gen G.
Yeah, this is not just T1 bouncing back with an upset win against Gen G. They made a statement with this roster, and it feels like this is the roster that's been a long time coming for fans. This is the roster that won last year in spring, in 2020. Obviously, again, we have to give the caveat of Keria being in over effort, which I think most people would agree is an upgrade right now. But this is the roster fans have been asking for. This is the roster analysts were wondering about, you know, why are they not playing this? Because on paper, it feels like when you put these veterans together and the team that has so much experience has played that whole season together last year, what will we see? What will we get? And it's taken so long to see it. And then they come out and crush Gen G in dominant fashion. And if T1 continue to play this roster and win like this, you know, those questions we had about their upcoming schedule become a little bit less scary. And maybe they make playoffs and make that run, that miracle run through playoffs that nobody would have thought was possible leading up until this moment. I don't want to get everyone too excited, but I think this is a really bright moment for T1, perhaps the brightest we've had all year long.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G are an awesome team. They're currently second in the league, and they just got pummeled so hard by T1. And, you know, I'll be honest, I think Gen G had a pretty awful day today. I think they kind of looked the way that they did against Live Sandbox when they got 0-2 against them as well. But, I mean, they're still an awesome team. It's not an easy win, and a lot of Game 2 especially was T1 just forcefully taking the game into their hands and winning by their own control, right? It wasn't just Gen G throwing, like, especially Game 2. Game 1, a little bit of both, right?
Sure.
So, as you mentioned, it's still a great moment for T1, and, you know, this is a double round robin format, right? They've taken so many different rosters and tried so many different things, and at the end of the day, if they make playoffs and they find the best roster because of all this experimentation, and they potentially even make the finals against Damwon, a thing that we weren't even really considering with all the other strong teams, DRX, Homa Life, and Gen G in the way, at the end of the day, you got to be happy, right?
I feel like T1, for me, if I look at all the teams outside of Damwon Kia, if we remove Damwon Kia, we're going to take a look at highlights so I can keep talking about this as it comes up. But for me, if I look at all the teams in the LCK that could beat Damwon Kia, and I've been very vocal on this, I've said this in a lot of interviews, I feel like the one team that at its peak has the potential to upset in the finals is T1. At its peak, right? And we haven't seen that peak just yet. And even in this series, we saw a fantastic game. I mean, this is the first time they've played this roster this season, so this is definitely not its peak potential. And that's a terrifying thing when you think about how well this team played today. But for me, like, I think a lot of people are like, well, Gen G has to tighten up the play, or maybe Hanwha fixes their drafting, or DRX, you know, they're the craziest. Maybe they could be the one to take out Damwon Kia. And I think a lot of people are resigned to say, well, it's just impossible. Damwon have won this season. But for me, the hope is in this T1 squad. And if they do have that miracle run to playoffs and then through playoffs, I think this is the team that could do it. And this is the roster so far that gives me the most hope that Damwon Kia aren't just going to smash this season start to finish. And if they do, by the way, that's okay. It's okay for a team to just dominate and win the whole thing. But I think T1, that's the team I've got my eyes on right now, for sure.
Yeah, you know, certainly, I just looking at all the rosters, this one does seem to have the most power. You know, it comes down to the same thing in a lot of the different roles, right? Where it's like, okay, well, Warner has so much potential and he's a mechanical god, right? But at the end of the day, because it's just more consistent, right? That's what we're beginning to see. And you need consistency when we get into best of fives, right? Yes. The playoffs is a totally different beast, right? Best of threes, you know, they're good and all, but best of fives are just the next level. And you need consistency. You need great mental as well, mentality, right? The ability to be tilt-proof throughout a series. All these kind of like these things that are, you know, different from just straight-up mechanics in a game of League of Legends. So we'll see what eventually happens with this roster, but as you mentioned, this is definitely a very huge day, I would say, for T1 to turn things around.
And if you look at these comms here as well, it's very clean. It's the cleanest comms I think we've seen in the T1 victory moment this season. Information share only. No flash, moving on to the next, no flash. Who are we focusing, who's going first, like, where are we going in on? That's the entire conversation here. There's no jokes, there's no memes in this one, and there's no arguments, there's not 4 people talking at once. It's clean.
Did he say let's get it?
I think he said SK Telecom. I'm not actually sure what he said.
He said let's kill him,
yeah. Let's kill him.
But it's like, what the hell, guys?
I think there's something to be said, really, Valdez, about the amount of experience these players have together. And I think the dream, like with T1's roster right now, the dream is one day you're like, okay, when I want to play this like AP, jungle, and then closer plays Aurelia comp, I want closer in. But then when I want to play control mage, I want to put Seraphine in. That's when Faker's I want to play Orianna, I'll put Faker in. Okay, I want to play Gnar, I'm putting Zeus in. Like, eventually, maybe we can get to that point. I think we're still a ways away from that. That's the dream. Like, that's the ideal situation where you have 10 players that slot into different drafts. But right now, I think you'll take this if you're T1. You're going to be like, this is it. This is the roster I want us to soar through the rest of the regular season on. I want this roster in playoffs. And maybe T1 can make that miracle run I was talking about. I feel like at its peak, this roster peaks higher than Gen G. It peaks higher than Hanwha Life Esports. It peaks higher than DRX.
That's a bold statement, but I can see it. You know, there's certainly a lot of talent in the T1 roster we saw tonight. And even the intangible stuff that we were talking about before, right? Experience, tilt-proofness, and stuff like that. So it'll be really interesting to see. I like that we get another player that potentially could make waves in the playoffs at the very least. So, guys, we do have the analyst desk ready. I'm going to hand it over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. T1 picks up a very solid victory with their new lineup up against Gen G. Genji, this time around, they went to Camille-focused comp here, but Rascal was not able to get super fed in this game. I think Genji, they focused on Azir Camille comp on the top side of the map. I think that was their original plan heading into this series up against T1. We did see a little bit of an adjustment on the bottom lane. They bent away Senna from Teddy, which allows more space, opened up more space on the top side of the map. But still, even without that super fed Gragas on the T1 side, Genji was not able to win this game around the top side. It was T1's bottom duos that was smashing the lane, in fact. I think Genji has a very kind of straightforward pick and ban strategy throughout the split. They focus on the top side of the map on the first rotation, and then they complete their bottom duos. So it's really easy to predict what they are gonna go for in the pick and ban, which allowed more space for T1 to kind of deal with Genji's strategy. And because a lot of resources and attentions were heading towards the bottom lane, Nar was also able to have a very easy game in lane, on the top lane. And then because Kaisa got too fed in this game, she was like 1 or 2 core items ahead. Well, there was no room for Genji to come back. So speaking of the bottom lane game, let's take a look at this first highlight where Teddy was getting super fed with this early skirmish. Udyr was spotted by T1's vision, so it was all predictable by T1. So T1 had this confidence that Udyr will be camping in that brush, so Cuz was right there to counter this move. And because everyone actually had their flash, BDD couldn't decide his mind over there. He wanted to force a flash or at least toss someone back to the Genji players, but he was thinking this too much in order to find one target. You know, BDD is a player that is very well known for his Shurima shuffle, but because in that fight, in such a decisive moment, he had to deal with 3 of the members with all of their flashes up. So BDD had to go a lot of a thinking process to decide his mind, but it was a bummer that he was not able to get that knock-up. But still, even if he had that Shurima shuffle done, T1 was in the right position to turn the fight around with the Seraphine rotating towards bottom. And T1 had the full understanding of Genji's comp, as they were keep calling Genji around the Spearman pit. So their first attempt, their initial goal for this first team fight was to force all the summer spell from the Genji players, and then they also got this bonus kill on Camille, and they were able to burn flash from Azir, Aphelios, and also Galio was down in flash as well. Now they go for a second engage right here, second trial. Now it's going time to punish the players without flashes. Galio, Aphelios, no flash, so they keep pushing forward. And they focus fire this target that does not have flash, and they were able to capitalize on the fact that they have a very high sustainability to extend fights. And at the end of the game, even though they got their Baron stolen in this game, the way T1 played out their game-winning plan was really on point. It seemed like T1 knew how to win the game. With this game to victory, T1 is closing out the series, and POG will go over to Teddy and Kaisa. Teddy is too OP, it's his nickname, one of his famous nicknames. 7k gold ahead at the end of this game up against Ruler, another premier AD carry in the LCK. It was a huge win for Kaisa, and she was able to get super fed from this point. Looking at this matchup on the bottom lane, well, if you want to take the agenda, you have to be ahead. If you are far behind in terms of your gold and item, you are not supposed to take fights into Kaisa versus Aphelios matchup. So Genji, they had their eyes on that Kai'Sa, but at this point in the game, well, Aphelios was not able to find any autos on that Kai'Sa. But there were a lot of tools to kind of collapse on that Kai'Sa, but still Teddy was doing a fantastic work and showing off his footwork in this game. And another perfect POG vote going over to a player with a perfect KDA. Now let's invite Kana, Teddy for this POG interview. Congratulations on your win.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
Hello, thank you. T1 took down the second place team Genji and picked up their 8th win. Kana, it's been a while. How are you feeling getting back onto that roster and picking up a successive win? It's been 41 days since I played on the starting roster. I thought this could be my end if I underperformed today. And Teddy, you hard carried today's series. How are you feeling today? Today, I think draft went well as we kind of thought, and the gameplay as well. We were able to play as we planned. I'm glad that we were able to pick up a 2-0 win. And Teddy, we had another new roster coming out from T1, always the talk of the town. So what kind of strengths does this kind of iteration of T1 have? I mean, all the other players are super good as well. So I don't think there is anything that makes it super different, because we are also talented and we are all working really hard. But this is the member that has been playing since last year, you know? So we have better communication maybe. I want to ask you about this question. So Keria was added to the 2020 T1 roster. But Keria, when he was playing with the rookies, he is the one acting like a boomer, you know? He was the no-chill guy. But when he is added to this roster, is he the youngest one, being super nice to others? Yeah, I mean, Keria, when he's playing with the younger one, yeah, he's a little bit strict, but to get together with Kana, Unikuz, and Faker and me, yeah, he's less like that. And Kana, yeah, it's been 41 days and you were having a sole possession of the #1 rank in the Korean solo queue. You know, a lot of people were hyped about your performance coming back to the T1's roster. So what was your focal point during that period? Nar was one of the most famous pick on the top lane, so I wanted to master that pick. So I've been just spamming Nar in my solo queue games. Yeah, that was mainly about it. While you were playing that solo queue, I'm pretty sure you had a huge desire to make your comeback on the stage. So how satisfied are you about your performance today? Pretty much satisfied. I think I was able to pull up the plays that I planned, and I think I had a very clean performance. In game #1, you went for a full AP Gragas with the Everfrost as your mythic item. But Gragas is slowly getting nerfed. But with your performance today, I think Gragas will be still viable. Sorry, what was that? So based on your item build, could you kind of tell us about the strengths about that build and together with Gragas? That's a secret. I can't go into any details, but it's good. And in game 2, Teddy, we had a lot of target bans in both game 1 and 2 up against Ruler. So could you tell us a little bit about your draft strategy? Well, Ruler is so good at Kalista, so we banned it away. Kalista is because he's a talented Kalista player. In Game 1, the game was pretty much done around the top side of the map, so you were able to have a very smooth game. But in game number 2, it was the bottom duos that was smashing the game. So, Teddy, how are you feeling when your teammates were smashing top lane? I mean, with those 3 picks in the top lane, it's nonsense if you are losing top side, you know? And then in game 2, we were able to hit level 2 first, so we were able to burn the flesh out of Galio, so we were in a very good spot to gank the bottom lane. In addition to that, in game number 2, Teddy, you were super fed. And you are the only one with extra gold, which means if you get caught out, this could be a huge comeback for Gen.G as well. Did you feel any pressure about that? But our comp was about supporting me, you know, mid and jungle. I think every player had their crowd control, so it was so easy for me to fly with my ultimate. So I didn't feel any pressure. And Kaisa, at any point in that game, had a massive damage output as well. And T1 will be facing up against DRX, a 4th place team. What's your mindset heading into that match? Today, I was able to show the champion that I was not really good at prior to this point, you know. I practiced it a lot, so I hope I can practice other champions as well and have a high proficiency, show it up on a competitive match. And Teddy? Same, we will prepare really hard and we will make sure to pick up another 2-0 win up against DRX. And this will be the end of the interview from Kana, Teddy, and we're going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk and the interview. Great to hear from Kana and Teddy. It's been a while since we heard from them in the interview.
It was really cool to hear from them, and we're going to take a look at our standings because I want to talk about T1's chances for playoffs, right? They're still firmly in 5th place as we have our, we've had a bit of an expanded graph to show the teams that are still in playoff contention. I mentioned it earlier, their remaining schedule is DRX, Afrika, and Hanolife Esports, so still a tough schedule to come, but you could argue this was the hardest opponent they had in the remaining schedule, and to win against Gen.G that dominantly means that their chances of beating Hanolife and DRX, if they could play up to that level again, are very high. And Afrika back on the decline, I mean, it feels like they're probably going to make it.
It depends on a lot of factors, right? I feel like T1 get that innate buff against Gen.G, and what roster are they going to play? There's no guarantee that this is the same roster we see for the future games, so more drama and fun times in the future for T1, no doubt. But we have Bro up against Afrika coming up next. We're going to take a 30-minute break. When we come back, we will finish off the night of LCK.
Hello, Twitch chat. Hope you guys are enjoying the second round of LCK Spring 2021. I am Junghyun Lee, the host for the Korean Analyst Desk, and this is a teaser for the POG State. In this one, I joined the memeologist Wolf to chat about POG Korean memes, and Chronicler will be reading and breaking down another LCK-related poem. So, check out the new episode here on LCK Twitch stream or on YouTube at LCK Global, and the audio version on Apple, Spotify, and many more. And that is all for now, everyone. Hope you guys enjoyed the LCK broadcast. And from Law State to POG State, see you soon
why are you here?
on the POG State. Bye!
Oh god, not again.
Ian!
날카로운데요. 영재를 보여줍니다만은 체력 상황 잡고 서로 갔습니다. 하나씩 주고 받았고. 디테일 맞고. 자, 태타고 오는데.
녹았습니다. 트리스타나. 이런 레넥톤 누가 잡나요?
자, 솔통이 또 한 사람을 위해 폭발을 했고 반격이 맺혔습니다.
더블킬 싱크 스페시브.
영재 쫓아서 리스 여기까지 미드 2차 타워 밀고 본진 타워까지 압박하는 하나생명 e스포츠.
몸이 너무 세다.
이거
위치가 어디냐죠? 근데 영재가 개입을 해? 케인이?
케인이 이거 버리나요?
몸절. 여기까지.
없어요. 지금 라인 일단 산타이포터 갔어요.
영재가 스틸하나요?
자, 오펠리아가 그래 싸워라. 정론하고 정리했습니다.
쓸려요.
잔인한 영재.
굉장히 늦게 와서
깊었고
피에스타 근데 마나가 그렇게 많지 않아요?
와, 피에스타.
마운트
피에스타
쳤고.
전멸.
피에스타 도냐.
그래도 전멸?
버티긴 하는데 이걸 살아가는
피에스타.
와, 저는 진짜 이거 피에스타가 다시 힘들 때 내가 한다.
자, 이거거든요.
솔로킬.
정훈이 6레벨이에요. 정훈이 6레벨, 에스퍼는 5레벨인데 신영 선수의 HP가 전령이 많이 달았거든요.
키아나 쫓아낼 수 있는 솔통 역할.
아니 이거
물 뒤로 몰고. 야, 이거. 이거 T1이에요. 진영 쪽으로 붙어주면서 트리스타나가 활개를 칩니다. 버서커.
오브젝트에서 싸우자. 라인전 그만하자. 5대5 붙자.
경차가 밀어잡는데 타이밍은 좋아요. 타이밍은 너무 좋아요.
일단 트리스타 싸움 올리면 진입. 버서커 프리딜.
에스포트도 여기까지 좋은데 저도 지속력에서 딸려요.
버서커 프리딜.
이거 칼리스타 궁극기 없고.
배치기 잡아라. 배치기. 에스퍼가 이걸 밀어내고.
볼을 끌어내는 성공합니다. 드디어 칼리스타 끊고.
이게 뭐죠?
5대 4에 5대 3이 되는 순간.
연속
차단. 아니 그럼 시끄럽다죠?
그러면서 이거 안 돼요.
아, 농심 이건 아닌데요.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the LCK, and we're bringing you the second match of the night. Fredit Brion up against the Afrika Freaks. I'm Valdez. With me is Wolf. And we had a pretty fiery first series. T1 smashing Genji into the ground 2-0. But now, I feel like this matchup, a very important one for the playoffs, could be pretty back and forth.
Yeah, and I think this one definitely feels like it's going 3 games, right? And Afrika, we're on the rise, and I feel like every time I sit on this desk, in this chair, and say, well, I mean, Afrika, they look like they have a really good chance of making playoffs. They've been on actually, in fact, since I started saying that, a terrible losing streak. So
yeah,
this is an upset match that definitely could be taken by Fredit Brion for sure. Afrika, this is basically a must-win match for them. Their strength of schedule is very weak, but you cannot be given this loss away if you want to make playoffs.
Absolutely. It's, you know, there's so much competition, right? And we might even get it up on screen, right? You have KT and Nongshim that are ahead of them right now by 1 win, and then they're tied with Liv Sandbox and Fredit Brion for 4 wins right now. So the difference here in the last 4 matches that all these teams still have to play is really going to make the difference in terms of who makes it. It's totally up in the air. It all comes down to the matches that are left over, as we're going to take a look at the points of the match between these 2 teams.
Yep, Afrika on a 3-match losing streak compared to Fredit Brion's 2-match losing streak. That's where we're at in terms of these 2 teams' most recent performances. Umpty versus Dread, that is definitely our key in-game matchup between the players. If you zoom in on one role, that is the most exciting one for sure. And Fredit Brion, very young players, Hoya and Yaharong, right? New players on the scene up against Afrika Freaks' veterans, players like Bang and Lehens, bottom lane, Keen in the top lane, older players who have so much experience. Umpty, you know, as well as one of those older players, though, in this roster that Fredit Brion have on their side. And you know, Fredit Brion, a team that are looking better and better week by week, and they have definitely started, or they're definitely finishing this split much better than they began. And most people thought this was just kind of de facto going to be the number 10 team, but that has just not been true. They're talking about playoff contention, remaining schedule for these 2 teams. We zoom in on theirs. Not only if esports a tough one for Fredit Brion, but winning against Nongshim and Liv Sandbox, definitely a possibility, right? That's 100% doable. And if you can beat Afrika too and go down the rest of that line, I mean, you could definitely make playoffs. For Afrika, you have a you know, what was arguably a very weak finishing schedule, Fredit, Nongshim, then T1, which at the time when we started talking up on Afrika, T1 was massively on the decline. That's their toughest matchup remaining, then Liv Sandbox. So both these teams definitely can do it. This is a very doable playoff moment for both of these squads.
Yeah.
They just have to make sure to secure those wins.
Taking a look at the strength of schedule, KT, I think it's just kind of screwed.
I've been saying that the whole time, man. I was like, KT's not making it, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
They're on a pretty rough losing streak right now, and nothing seems to be clicking. So with those 3 incredibly strong teams left of the 4 matchups that they have, I don't think that they're coming in, and that's just good news for these 2 teams, right? If you have another team that's kind of out of the running, then that just gets you 1 step closer potentially to making it. As we're going to take a look at some of the team stats from round 2. Afrika, they have some good team stats here. Their early game is still quite strong.
Yeah.
But again, you know, the last 3 matches or so, they haven't really been able to get much going off of the back of that.
Yeah, Afrika's early game has been their strength for sure. Their late game decision making is often where they start to collapse, or they make positional errors, or they just get honestly a bit sloppy. Whereas Fredit Brion's early game is terrible, but their late game is really strong, right? Like, they're very weak in the early parts of the game. Like, statistically speaking, I mean, at the bottom of the barrel, right? But when you look at that, it's like, well, look at their win record. Like, is it terrible? Not actually, really. They just have bad stats. But if they get ahead, they win those games a majority of the time. It's just so difficult to get ahead against Afrika, who have a very strong early game. So it's kind of a mismatch, right, for these 2. And records-wise, I mean, it's like if Afrika get ahead in the early game, Fredit Brion are going to struggle because they haven't won that part. But if they don't, the late game is definitely better for Fredit Brion. So this matchup becomes extremely interesting for that.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the key player matchup here. Umpty up against Dread. No surprise there, obviously. Dread has made a big name for himself here in spring and holds a lot of the top, you know, the first place in all the jungles in the LCK in many different stats. And that's pretty impressive overall. And you note that Umpty has the highest kill participation of any jungler in the LCK right now. So certainly is going to be interesting. Dread a little bit more of a mechanical, kind of forceful. He's going to force his way into your jungle and kind of take things away and make plays, whereas Umti is more of like a strategic mind and more of a later game focused jungler.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Dread, if he gets ahead and he starts getting into your jungle and taking your camps away, it's really difficult to recover against a player like that, right? In terms of the jungle matchup. So very much a lot of pressure in that jungle matchup between these two squads, and a lot of that will determine what the draft will determine how that matchup is going to go, of course. But that can really change the state of that early game. And I feel like Fred and Breon are just on the cusp of cracking greatness. I feel like they are really close to coming together as a squad in that early game, because they don't make mistakes after they get leads. They're, I feel like, the best team in a weird way. Like, I personally feel they're the best team at not losing leads. And they have leads so infrequently that obviously the stats kind of look good in that regard. But, I mean, if you can get ahead against a freak of freaks, especially with their stats, you can make a big statement here.
Yeah, for sure. And when you look at this Afrika lineup, when they were making us all kind of ooh and ah and get really excited for them, you know, about 3 games ago, everybody was running on all cylinders. Keen was winning the top lane, Dread was crushing jungle matchups, Lehens looked like one of the best supports in the LCK. Kind of out of nowhere. I mean, obviously, he used to be when he first came onto the scene, kind of dipped down, and then he had a couple of matches where we're like, this is the return of Lehens. And then after that, it's been, you know, he's been playing well still, but he can't quite carry his team enough. So, you know, we'll see if they can use that strength here this time around against Fred and Breon.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're behind, Lehens has the plays that are so incredible and so risky, as we will see the immediate ban on the Thresh. But some of those plays that he has in the late game can turn the tides of such important matchups, especially when behind. But when ahead, he tries to make those aggressive plays, and it feels like it's just not worth the risk, and sometimes he gets caught out as a result. He has a lot of isolated deaths in the jungle because he is looking for those types of plays. On the Rel, the Thresh, we've seen him do it quite a few times on the Gragas as well when he's playing support Gragas, where he's looking for those picks. But heading into this one, Fred and Breon will have their first pick for the jungle role if they want to take that. With the bans coming across here, I think it might end up being a Seraphine first pick, because I think you have to take away Umti's Lilia here if you're a Afrika. I don't think you want to leave that one open.
I definitely agree. You know, when you get down to the bottom side of the LCK, sometimes the teams are just like, oh, we can outplay this team, right? We're just going to win. But I don't think that's the case right now in the LCK. I feel like every team has their strengths, and you have to take away the Lilia, which just leaves Seraphine wide open. And we've been seeing this gain more and more popularity, even internationally.
Yeah, and, you know, it feels like the Renekton ban is just a staple at this point here in the LCK, despite the nerfs to some of his best items. So that just kind of leaves Seraphine to be open, and she's the new hot first pick on blue side. Ascena will be locked in here for Bang very early on. I like the priority on the bottom side of the map here for Afrika. When you don't know where the Seraphine is going to go, if you get a strong bottom lane, it feels easier to draft responding later with some of those counter picks. So these are always going to be safe to go for the bottom, and they actually pick up the Graves here. Over getting a support pick.
It's pretty interesting. You know, they're obviously prioritizing the pick here for Dread. He's played 5 games of the Graves, 2 and 3, and it's a big pick for Umti as well. So I suppose they wanted to focus on that matchup, have Dread find the comfort. Umti says, okay, whatever, I'll just play the Olaf, and alongside of Tristana, actually, in the bottom side.
Yeah, I'm not always a huge fan of the Olaf pick here in the LCK when you don't have a Rel with it, or an Orianna necessarily, which they could end up getting later. Tahm Kench is the very common pairing with Senna that we're seeing more and more often, not only here in the LCK, but as mentioned before in LEC. So not a big shocker to see that one picked up. If you do leave it, then Fred and Breon will definitely ban it in the second ban phase. So I was even feeling like they might grab that over the Graves and then, you know, pull their jungle into the third pick. They did it in the opposite order here. So Afrika putting all of their eggs right now in controlling the bottom side of the map and getting that Senna fed. And Tahm Kench could be a very big global threat himself. Could be very frustrating to deal with even on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see what Tahm Kench can do. I'm not the biggest fan, but...
You're kind of a hater, honestly. Let's
yeah, true. Big hater, but I do admit that it does have its strengths, but I feel like there are better picks right now. Including the Nautilus, which is banned away, and
there's the Orianna ban, but by Fredit Brion. This could be Tristana mid, but we'll have to wait. I mean, it's not conclusive, obviously.
Yeah, I'm happy to welcome him, back into the mid lane. Don't know if that's gonna actually happen though. Rakana gonna be taken away here. They're taking away a lot of hard engage supports away from Delight.
Yeah.
Who has really been the shot caller and kind of the lead man, right? The front man. He kind of goes in first on all the team fights, so taking away a lot of power from him.
He has one of the best win rates of Rakan in the LCK right now. He's played it quite a bit, and that's been a big power pick for him. As we will see, not only Fly's Orianna banned away, but his Azir. And Fly has been very much a player who has had his moments, but overall, he seems to shine best when he has a stable lane matchup and isn't actually required to roam or be very aggressive. Sometimes his teleport timings have been a little bit off. Sometimes he's rotating in while he doesn't have lane priority and getting picked before he joins a Rift Herald fight, for example. So I do like these bans targeted towards him, and he'll end up on the Syndra, which is, again, one of those matchups, or one of those control mages that can play in a lot of different matchups safely. So it's a very good pickup for him. And the draft here for Afrika Freaks, very stable, and they will, of course, have that top counter pick. And it's going to be into the Gnar.
Yeah, saving that one for Keen. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Jace pop out here on the side of Afrika. Just allow the Syndra to be the sole AP damage. You have a lot of poke and range on this Bro squad if he does go for it. It's a Keen classic, right? Speaking of that classics, we do round out the Bro lineup with the Alistair. There's that Jace.
There you go. Well, this is definitely a matchup where you can dominate and you can crush the Gnar early on. There's no CC to lock him down, but if Hoya is overextended, if he's getting traded against so much, sometimes you can just get kills as Jace even solo, or you force Hoya to lose minions, right? And he ends up falling behind in CS very quickly early on in the game, so it can be very frustrating to deal with. His Olaf pick is one of the ones I still have questions about. You know, you're going to be able to get through a lot of the stuff that Afrika Freaks are going to try to stop you with. You know, Tahm Kench, you're going to be able to get past Flies, Scare of the Week with your ultimate. But then there's so much damage output on Afrika that by the time you get there, you're going to be chunked down so heavily that you won't be able to do a whole lot in those late game team fights, I feel. You're just going to be so temporary. You know, you're not going to be able to be on the backside. You're not going to be able to stay relevant in those fights very long because the damage output is just so high at range.
I do agree, and I think that's just putting more onus on Afrika to get ahead, right? With this composition, you have a really nice amount of late game damage with the Senna Graves combo, and then even in the mid game, you're just insane. Like, we're talking 1-2 items, you're just popping people like balloons. Like, Seraphine is great and all, she does some really crazy stuff, but if you can just burst one person down before they even enter the fight, like you were kind of alluding to, you're going to have a fun time.
Yeah, I really feel like this is going to be a lot of pressure on Afrika to get out early, but they have a comp that can do it. If we go to late game on even footing, or if Olaf is somehow able to get ahead, this could be Fredit Brion's start to the series.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Match 72.
We're getting deep in here in the LCK.
We're towards the end of week 8. Only 2 more weeks after this before we start playoffs. And that is where the real fun begins.
Certainly. I am very excited to see how Hoya handles Keen here on the top side of the map. We've seen so many times that the Jace can absolutely run away with things, but if the Jace makes a few mistakes and messes things up, can actually have the opposite effect. The Gnar can start to get ahead, and then if that happens, your composition falls apart completely for Afrika. So it is a matchup where Keen can crush, but he needs to walk that fine line carefully.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy for Hoya, to be honest. I think Dread and how aggressive he is, we'll see where he puts his focus, but I would imagine that it's mid-top, as is pretty common nowadays anyway. But if you could just keep priority for these two lanes, like the Syndra over the Seraphine should be able to have a lot of fun, right?
Yes.
Especially if you have Prio from your jungle. Same with the Jace over the Gnar. And we talked about the strength that Afrika have in the early game. It feels like all the pieces are really coming together for them, right? The game just started. I don't want to call anything, but I'm really liking kind of the confluence of all the advantages that they've gotten for themselves, right? Like a nice early to mid-game comp. You have all of your winning lanes, and you're a team that wins early game regardless. And I think that's just really good news to start off here for Afrika.
Yeah, the Seraphine pick, you know, we've talked about its power levels quite significantly. I mean, it's been something that's gone through quite a few drafts here. It's frustrated a lot of our commentators, you know, and our casting team. But also, we have talked about how sometimes the Seraphine first pick, if it's not built around correctly, can end up being less powerful than it would be in other drafts, right? If they end up taking the Scion over the Gnar, for example, that would have been an option that could have given them a really strong front line. But they wanted to have better team fight engaged. They wanted to have better lockdown that the Gnar is going to have oftentimes more consistently than a Scion. So those are the trade-offs you take. Works well with the Olaf, obviously. And if Yaharong does play this lane stable and doesn't end up getting caught or traded against too aggressively, then, you know, it's not going to be the end of the world that they don't have, like, Scion or an insane pairing with this. I think it's still a pretty good comp. And you can see in the mid lane, if you look at Fly, like, the wave clear that Seraphine has, especially early on, every time she has her empowered Q, it's pretty good.
Yeah. What is this Alistair skin, by the way? I just had my attention drawn by that very graceful pounds into the ground that Delight did for no reason. It kind of looks like Malphite.
I have to look at it again. I didn't see it.
There are some skins like this where it's like, is that Diana or Aurelia?
It's actually pretty ironic you're talking.
Is that Malphite or Alistair? Like, does anybody really know?
It's a chroma skin of some type. It's really funny you're talking about this because there was just recently a Riot post about like clarity in game and showing the like silhouettes of champions being really important. I don't know. It looks like Alistair to me, but he's definitely unique. I think it's a chroma skin, so it looks like different than what you might expect. I don't know what the default color is for this one, but sometimes the chroma skins can be confusing because pro players don't really use them that much.
Mm-hmm. If you just like take the horns away.
I mean, I can see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, it's like his fur is rock. You could like picture it that way. I could see that.
I don't know. Kind of weird. There's not much happening in this early game. Afrika have gotten a nice little lead to start. Most of that is just straight up in the top lane, where you know, the gap is already widening. This is kind of what we expected from Keen over the Gnar.
Yeah, and I mean, his resource bar is his mana here, basically, for how that is going to go. As long as he continues to play it correctly, which he is, and has. You know, it's only a second game, Jace, this season. Kind of a surprising stat when you think about it.
You remember the first game he played where he had, like, what, 35,000 damage or something ridiculous? Like, how is this only the second game he's played of Jace? He's such a great Jace player.
This is really greedy.
Yeah, trying to get in there, and Lehens and Fang are just like, what?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That was a pretty weird choice. You can always tell, too, when the players just, like, when an Alistair goes in like that and the players don't even walk backwards, that's when you have regrets about your choice. And then Tristana goes in, has to use heal. That was definitely a very expensive exchange. They committed the ignites. Ignite for ignite. I think you're very happy here if you're Afrika, though. Oh, this is just so frustrating in the early game here for the Gnar.
Yeah. Keen not going to go back. He's got some mana left, as you mentioned. You know, this is what you do. You use it as much as possible. This early Infernal is really nice for the side of Bro. You deny it away from the insane damage lineup of Afrika. And you're Olaf, and you get it super early on in the game. So you could even roll that into a second Drake very easily. Yeah. Not to mention Soul Point Drake. So great start here for Umpty in the jungle, at least.
Yeah. It just feels like with the with the Olaf pick, you kind of get away with that sometimes. Did get confirmation from production that it is the Black Frost Alistair with the Emerald Chroma. So more like Emerald Frost, am I right? But,
Haha!
there you go. Mystery solved.
Yeah. Figured it out.
Well, I mean, the other crazy thing about this fasting Senna comp, too, is that Tahm Kench actually becomes very difficult to deal with the items he has, like, in the mid-game. Because he gets items he's not supposed to have as a support because he's actually getting the CS. Ends up getting his bombies very quickly. And he can be a menace. Abyssal Voyage, frustrating to deal with. He didn't take teleport like we've seen some players do in other regions. But something to keep in mind across all the lanes is that extra pressure that Tahm Kench gives you. And you can gank so heavily with him because he just makes you safe with Devour. I'm not saying all the things that make you unhappy because you're a big Tahm Kench hater, but we have to talk about the power of this champion. I didn't like him at the beginning of the season when players were experimenting with him and he had a really low win rate and we weren't so sure about it. But now that it's kind of permeated all regions and has found success there, I'm a little bit more excited about the Kench.
I think
it's not on the bench.
It's like directly related to the power of Senna, right? It's like, okay, well, Senna's really good now again. And here's Tahm Kench. Welcome back, buddy. I for one, prefer Senna Scion, but that's just me.
Oh, I mean, one day we'll get it back.
Bang is just chilling up here in the top river.
Yeah, I mean, he's... With Fasting Senna, you have the role of a support, essentially. You also have the warding item. So these are the plays that, you make as the Senna. You're a lot more... your role is different with the roams because you're more damage output than CC. You're not tanky, but that's why you see the roam from Bang and not from Lehens, of course, at this stage. He does have 6 now, though, but I don't think he's leaving anytime soon with how this is going.
No, the Catfish is comfortable, and this is what this realm is about. You get a lot out of this, actually. Bro doesn't seem to want to compete for this Rift Herald at all, right? They're setting up, actually, for a dive onto Lehens, who is trying to run away now, but there is no escape.
There's so many minions here still. He's buying a lot of time.
Yeah, he's going to have the great health here, but 4-on-1. Didn't even need Yaharong, actually. He doesn't even get an assist. First blood going to be given over to Henna on the Tristana. Always a really nice win, but at the same time, you expended a lot of players and time to make that happen. Meanwhile, mid lane is being shut down.
The gold here that you're going to get for Afrika is arguably more significant, not to mention, some lost experience, a lot of lost minions across those waves. So Afrika actually almost even the gold, and this is still an issue up here on the top side of the map. That isn't dealt with. So when you put all your resources on the bottom side, that means that Keen gets to be more free. And because it's fasting Senna, not too much is lost on the bottom side, as Abyssal Void is going to be committed here.
Trying to make a play here onto Delight, but the Scout of the Week will fall short. And just trying to exert some dominance in the bottom river here. Does mean that Lehens will miss some farming time, but that's just fine. He is the Tahm Kench after all.
Yeah. And I mean, Bang's going to get some extra gold too on the bottom side anyway, so it's all good. So Lehens here, he slows down Delight. He just wants to slow down the engage because he knows that Delight's going to be the one to get the turret aggro first. Yeah, and that's what he wanted to hope to happen, was like, okay, I can slow this down enough for the minions to go away, but there's still 2 minions here. As the exchange goes down, nothing he could have done there. The bigger story of that replay is everything else that was happening across the map. The trade-off for that play favors Afrika, but still, nice start, a lot of extra gold down to the bottom side.
Yeah. Always going to have the disparity, of course, guys, between the fasting Senna and the enemy AD carry. The difference is that Lehens is getting more fed. But you can see that there is, there's a gap between Henna and Lehens, at least, of about 800 gold. So that's been opened up quite nicely. Afrika, though, evening up the score with some of the gold they've gotten in the mid lane and the top lane. Difference, of course.
Yeah, I think that, when you look at this game from just a purely objective trade perspective, Afrika, kind of ripped Frederick Brion off. And the lead that is getting even bigger on the top side of the map is going to become so important when we start to have actual real team fights here. Afrika's going to have so much poke damage. The composition of Frederick Brion is so much harder to execute if Keen has this kind of a lead. Because, I mean, even trying to set up for Seraphine's ult, you're chunked down, she's so squishy. You really have to be so well positioned. And Dread is going to start to take Afrika's first Drake of the game. And with mid-prio here for Fly, it's another matchup issue.
Uh-oh. I think he's in a really rough spot here. Umti is coming in. Yaharong is being burst down and teleport as well. But actually, with the help of Senna, they're going to kill that Seraphine. Keen with the TP comes in, and that's going to be enough damage to take him out. Didn't even need the collateral damage, actually. It just sails past his dead body as they pick up 2 kills for free, essentially.
Oh, Umti is so frustrated. Afrika are winning every single angle on this map right now. And, you know, I was talking about the prio there. You can't stop the Drake, but also because of the proximity of the Drake there, you can make a play if your Afrika Dread can come over. But Fly just has too much damage. You don't want to try to take a fight like that against a Syndra that's so high health. Watch this again. Fly is at full health here and has a full minion wave. So sure, you get the root, you get excited. I'm going to charm Umti's nearby. But you cannot underestimate the damage output here. Plus the fact that Senna has global. Fly gets out no problem. And now Umti is like, I didn't get the Drake. I tried to come over and help out in mid, and now I'm dead. And when you watch him on the camera right after this moment, he looks extremely frustrated with how this exchange went.
That's a tilter. Absolutely. Not much you can do in that situation. You're just trying to help out, and you don't get the Syndra in that trade. This definitely feels pretty bad, as Fly is going to be annoying here and tilt MT even farther. So Fly, of course, catching the wave up on the top side after Keen stuck around after the teleport, and they will swap back now. So once again, Afrika, they get this big early game lead. And as you mentioned, they picked up that dragon as well, so...
I mean, think about the value here too, Valdez, with the Eclipse for Keen at this stage of the game. He has it already. He's starting to stack up his tier. I mean, steel plates for Hoya, counter-wise, not going to be as valuable at all. Frederick Brion's comp has so many squishy members that this Jace is going to be so deadly in any exchange he has over the next few minutes here before the rest of Frederick Brion can come online. Keen is just so terrifying to face. And like you can see, Hoya shows respect, especially without vision on Dread. He knows there's a control ward on the river.
They were waiting actually for the Mega Gnar to pop in. Maybe Hoya would go for the play, and that's when they would go for the counter gank from Dread. But as you said, he was playing very respectfully. And this is what happens. You have winning lanes everywhere, and they won as they're supposed to. You just lose everything, right? You're losing the top lane, you lose your mid lane turret at 13.5 minutes, basically. Still alive for now, but this is what happens with the Olaf too, with all losing lanes. He's just gonna dodge the collateral damage, and actually over the wall here comes Henna, so at least they're able to trade that kill back.
Not over yet though.
Okay, poking ahead, but
no teleport for Keen. I was actually really worried, but he did use it in that earlier skirmish. But you know, he's like, okay, well if you're gonna teleport, then I'm gonna get a lot of turret damage done. No plates left anymore, but gets a full wave. And it's going to crack this one down to low health. Might even be able to force it down with the next wave. It's a bit far away. But this is still one of those exchanges where, you know, there's costs for Frederick Brion even when they're trading up in kills in the skirmish like that. So the gold lead here is exactly where you want it to be if you're Afrika and on the players you want it to be on. I think to make sure that you can deal with the Olaf. Like Fly having all this extra damage plus Keen's poke. And Dread, who is also going to be able to help burst down the Olaf. This is a problem for Frederick Brion's front line. Because once Olaf is gone or has to back away, the damage and lethality coming through here for Keen means that Yaharong can't even try to ult after that. You know, he has to be ulting way before that somehow, or he is just going to get blown up. And if he gets hit by a shock blast that's accelerated, he's just out of the fight.
This is what we were talking about, right? If Afrika get ahead and they have this much damage and poke on their lineup, like, what exactly is Broscom going to do? The Olaf is going to be in that position where he, you know, Stride Breaker first, a very common build, but it doesn't offer you much tankiness at all. And you're just going to run in and run out. And most of the time, I would imagine, just run out and run away. Like here, you know, you have no prio in your lanes. Umti's like, yeah, let's just casually walk into the brush and try to clear a ward.
Yeah, he has no vision, and the smoke screen comes down immediately. He tries to turn this over, and he does trade 1-for-1 here, which, you know, I said earlier it was a trade up in kills. It feels like it is for Frederick Brion because they're so far behind. It's like, feels like that's the biggest one you've had so far, but it's not even a trade up. And then, you know, the teleport had to be used from Hoya to join in, and then you lose a lot on the top side. these trades are not going well, and Fred and Brian I don't think have a composition that's capable of contesting this Drake now either. You know, like they're not at a position to where they can deal with this whatsoever.
Yeah.
Keen doesn't have teleport, but I still don't think you take this fight.
The other piece of this puzzle for Afrika is that we've seen, okay, wait, we have a lot of pings coming in and actually a teleport being used by Yaharong, but they're not actually going for this. They're just sending him down to the bottom lane, I suppose, to farm for now because that Mountain Drake is going to be denied away from Bro. I feel like that's the better way to put it because that Mountain Drake feels so nice if you're Bro. Compared to Afrika who, you know, they would have liked Infernal Soul or something like that, but at least you deny it. And, yeah, here we go.
Okay, this is a really scary place to be if you're Dread.
We got another fight here. Fly is in a bit of an awkward spot, but take a look at this. 2v4.
Doesn't matter.
Bro, we're just running away. They're like, no, Abyssal Voyage is up. We can't force this fight. Let's back away.
Yeah, not to mention Senna can ult at distance as well, and the charm there that Yaharong used, I mean, you probably wanted to hold on to that one a little bit longer. He got the extension, and I think was just barely not able to get the double charm. We'll maybe see it in a replay. Nobody died, so I don't know if we'll get a replay of that, but it was really hopeful, right, is what I'm trying to say, to try to set up for that extended charm into, you know, what could be maybe that 4v2 turn, but there's just too much ability to rotate quickly. There's too much range damage. The burst is starting to become a huge problem. We talk about the poke, but the burst as well. And if Tahm Kench comes in, then you just can't take that fight anymore. You can't even be next to this turret anymore.
Yeah. Fred and Brian are behind, and they know it. They're just taking it very carefully, not taking any chances, really. The Rift Herald, the second one here, surely is going to be dropped down into the mid lane, and they should be able to pick up this mid turret, actually. Afrika not in position to defend here. So just going to boot the turret.
Yeah, but again, the trade-off here, you know, you get a turret, a little bit of extra gold, but look at the side lanes. Keen and Fly are getting a ton of extra gold themselves and a lot of extra pressure. And unfortunately, there's just no way to collapse in here. I mean, there was no vision for Fly, but he does not overstay his welcome, waits until they get vision in mid, and then on the top side, then he comes back in. I mean, you've got to take these wins where you can, right? I'm not trying to criticize using Rift Herald in mid here, but yeah, there's a trade-off with this, right? Afrika are very okay with the situation.
Yeah, they're just fine. I mean, they have most of the map control anyway, so even if you lose your mid tier 1, it's like, all right, well, we have wards that are in your jungle, so we don't necessarily need vision around our mid tier 1 anyway. And yeah, they'll be just fine with that. And it's always good news when Afrika get Fly ahead. I feel like he's one of these pieces of the Afrika puzzle that is not always consistent and is not always at his tippy-top game. And I feel like the fact that he was able to get Syndra into Seraphine just helps his cause so much, right? There's like so much prio that he gets. He gets a pretty easy lane. Seraphine basically just sits there and clears waves and doesn't do anything, right? She's not looking to take active trades against the Syndra anyway, so yeah, it's just like a free lane for Fly to play. You like give that consistency to Afrika and allow him to play very comfortably.
And this is the thing too, they tried to stop some of it in the draft. They banned the Azir, which is until today, you know, where Faker was able to take those wins. It was winless against Azir. They took away the Orianna, which has been, you know, fairly oppressive against the Seraphine in mid. But you can't take all of Fly's stable control mages away. And when you do draft like this and just take the first pick Seraphine, which again, most teams would have done in that situation, you give Afrika options. And Afrika knew that that draft was going to come through that way, where they start to kind of blind Seraphine. And they had those options themselves to kind of counteract. They picked up the Senna. And this is just how this draft works when you understand where your opponent's trying to go for, and then you draft well around it, then you play well around that draft. Like, this is what Genji's draft in general, not for the same reasons, but like how their draft could have been ahead if played better in that series against T1 just earlier. The draft was good, but didn't execute well on it. Afrika are executing well on this draft. So much so that it feels like Fred and Brian are really suffocating in this game at the moment.
Yeah, doing a good job so far. Slowly taking away the Drakes away from Fred and Brian's composition is always going to be nice. they're not being super proactive, right? They're not like looking to use their range and siege potential with the amount of poke that they have to push turrets right now. They're just taking it very slow. They're just, you know, we got this lead. Let's take the dragons down one by one and go from there. Not trying to take any risks really at all. As you can see that Fred and Brion have got a lot of vision around this Mountain Drake, and I'd be very surprised if Afrika just let this one go for free.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would as well. I don't think they allow Fred and Brion to have this. The problem is that Yaharong is in position to deny a rotation, so is Delight. So getting into this location, like the defensive setup here for Fred and Brion is really nice. They're just going to walk away like this because of the control ward, though.
They're just going to try to burst it down.
Yeah.
And I think they might have the damage, but in comes the Graves, and he is going to steal it away. A massive smite comes in from Dread, but the follow-up damage here is quite large. Bang going to be taken out right from the get-go. Lahen's not in a great spot. That's a big scat of the week, though. Keep in mind that Fly and Dread are really fed right now, so Fred and Brion have to turn tail and accept the fact that they lost the Drake and the one for one.
Yeah, I mean, Afrika Freaks definitely were able to get in on top of that Drake because Fred and Brion wanted to take the fight over the Drake and not to deny the rotation into the Drake. So Afrika actually are able to close the distance here, which is why Dread is able to get this steal, and that's the moment Yaharong is waiting for, right? Because he wants to be able to set up this fight with Delight as soon as Dread comes through, and they are able to collapse in and get the kill, but the fed Syndra that you were talking about, Fly here, just does so much damage, and Dread is not afraid of anything. So once the fight actually commenced, it ends up being a trade. Fred and Brion are able to get away with their lives. It's only a 1-for-1, but they lose the Drake, so, I mean, they didn't really gain much of anything. And in fact, it almost showcased that they don't understand how to prevent Afrika from closing that gap and getting on top of the Drake. And that's worrisome in itself, because that's how your comp is going to have to function on these later Baron fights. And what is about to be, in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, the first Soul Drake fight. And when you had positional advantage like that as Fred and Brion, that's your best chance to win a fight like this. And if you still can't do that decisively, I mean, your hopes of winning this game are very slim.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't even a fight where it's 5v5 and Keen is just blasting you over and over with accelerated shock blasts in your face, right? Like, that could have been a much worse position. As we are going to have the Hex Blast here, this is going to be a nice little play, but the Scat of the Week is perfect as the Megadar does come in. But Afrika have already disengaged. Look at the Olaf. He goes in, he goes out. You can't explain that. See you later. Bang is going to get caught here, though. The Devourer's not on time, and now the Encore is pretty big on the fly. And thank you, Henna.
I mean, a lot of this is because Keen was considering teleporting in, but he decided he wanted to take a turret for a kill instead, which ends up being more valuable on the map. Fred and Brion look like they want to try to set up for a Baron take here, but there's tons of vision around it. This is not a secret. And if you actually give up an inhibitor and then still don't get Baron, like look at this, they have Abyssal Voyage. Look, if you lose this Baron, Fred and Brion, you might lose the game for it. You have to make sure you secure this. There's no retreat from this now.
Teleport in. He's not going to get the inhibitor. So Afrika are banking on trying to go for this fight as Lahen's takes so much damage, but he does the tanking. The Megadar does nothing in the front line, but the Encore is huge, and now the Gnar does something. A massive Gnar into the wall, and a double kill for the Seraphine as they totally clap the Afrika side. Bang, not even there to help out with the damage.
And that's a huge problem. Lahen's here just going to delay the inevitable. They don't get the inhibitor, as you say, and they lose Baron. This is best case scenario for Fred and Brion. And this was after a very awesome start to the fight with Fly's Sky of the Week. The range damage is real, but it's not a perfect setup. It's not the full fight that you want. And this time, Fred and Brion proved that they do know how to take these fights defensively with the Seraphine composition. They have all that extra sustain that she provides as the fight extends. So we're going to go way back here. This is going to be the last exchange right before this. And, you know, you can see throughout all of this, you know, it's a kill here for Fred and Brion, but look at what Keen is doing on the bottom side of the map. And the fact that Bang is picked here means all that damage is missed, as you said. Lahen's with a really proactive player to make sure Fly doesn't die. But watch how Fly starts this fight off with a Scour of the Week, and it feels like, okay, this is going to be so perfect, right? Look at it! Triple, and Lahen's is exactly where he wants to be. He's taking the fight. But if Bang was here, okay, this fight is over, but he's not. So the damage value here for Afrika Freaks is they're trying to turn around here. They get caught, charmed, and stunned into the wall. And it all changes in an instant. If you had the damage when you have that huge Scar of the Week, then this fight looks very differently, but they didn't. And Fred and Brion understood their win conditions in this fight so well. And now this is anyone's game to take.
Yeah. There's so much burst and poke on the side of Afrika, but you're playing it into Moonstaff Seraphine, right? So they get so much poke damage down in the burst, but it's just barely not enough. And they all survive, and they all sustain, and then they win the team fight once they get the hard engage going. They're always going to win in a situation like that. I don't care what the gold says.
Yeah.
Especially in this late game fight. If you get an engage like that, you could be down 10,000 gold and still win the fight.
Yeah, and,
so,
it's like, that doesn't happen if they don't survive the initial fight. And they don't survive the initial fight if Bang is there. But because he's not, they understand how their composition works on a Baron fight like this.
Yeah, I think what Afrika had to do was take the inhibitor, let the Baron go, and then fight for the Mountain Soul. But instead, they hard committed 4v5 into a team composition, into a position where they can get engaged upon, and then it was lights out. And now Fred and Brion are immediately back in this game. Even one Mountain Drake is gigantic for this team. Just take a look at the items on Bro. It's like insanity, even what one Drake can do.
Yeah, 2 Randuins here, and they have, obviously, the Moonstaff. I mean, if and Alistair is like actually getting insanely tanky, too. If Afrika, and if Afrika, like if they lose this next Drake, they are going to be. I mean, it's like Soul or no, like the game has kind of gone away from them, and they're losing their power very quickly. But I do feel like if they have another amazing engage like that with Scar of the Week, if they can actually engage that clean, but also have their damage with them, they can win these fights. But it's like you said, you have to actually secure the kills. The burst damage doesn't matter if those health bars don't hit 0.
Yep. Exactly, and that's exactly what happened that time around. Everybody survived with so little health, and then Yaharong is just laughing at you the whole way to the bank. Seraphine, pretty good champion, as we're beginning to slowly realize here at the LCK. Push coming in here now with the Baron. Pretty inevitable. Chem Tank. Actually, they don't have the Baron still, but still the push is coming in. This Chem Tank Alistair is pretty scary. And now on the back foot with this poke burst composition from the side of Afrika, you're not feeling as good when you're only hitting shields.
Yeah, it's way harder.
Yeah, and here we go. They're going to get on top of that top Ken. She is pretty tanky, but not tanky enough, and they find Bang. He is just dead. And you can see that Fly and Dread and Keen are so desperately trying to do lasting damage, but they can't.
So many shields, so much healing here, you just can't get through it anymore. If you don't kill them at first, doesn't matter how low their health bars are. If they didn't have a Seraphine here, you'd feel like, oh, we win this 100%. But Fred and Brion are like, we're going to heal up a little bit as we push this, and if anyone overextends, we're going to win this game right now. Forget anything else, forget inhibitors. We have a Nexus on our plates here.
Nice Scatter the Weeks come out, but again, massive shields, massive heals. They're going to take down the 2 Nexus turrets pretty easily. Delight is creating space, and he tanks up a lot of that damage. Fly is desperately trying to keep this game alive, as is Keen and Dread, but they just get burst down themselves. There's enough damage there, and game number 1 will go the way of Fred and Brion in 29 minutes.
I mean, there were a lot of really big fights that started to turn this one around, but the major one was that defensive Baron fight after the pick on Bang. You lose Bang in that one moment, that can cost you the game in a composition like this where you have to be so far ahead and you have to take decisive fights over and over again. If there's a Senna hitting auto attacks through that fight when Fly hits that Scar of the Week, those players do die before the healing starts to go off, and everything looks different. But they didn't get an inhibitor, so there was no extra pressure on the map, and then they just took objective after objective, got even tankier with that Mountain Drake. And I mean, I have to write down my player of the game. This is a tough one for me because, you know, Fred and Brion fought this back, clawed this back from behind. And it was a tough game, but at the end of the day, they were able to win the 2 fights that really matter the most, and that's all you need in League of Legends when there's not enough of a lead for Afrika. Like, you win those 2 late game fights, your comp just pushes through forever. And once they were in the base, I don't think they ever for 1 second thought, maybe we should go back and take the next Drake. They were like, no, like, it's 4v3, and we have heals. They can't win this fight anymore, like, no matter what.
Yeah. Man, that's the power of Seraphine in this team fight comps. They just keep winning internationally, you know, not just here. And it certainly helps when the teams that they're going up against just don't seem to identify what their win conditions are You know, I can't really blame you for getting caught by the huge Encore Gnar ultimate there, but some decisions could have been made to play that a bit better. You know, even giving the one Baron, I think, isn't the end of the world. As long as you can take the inhibitor and use that lane pressure to maybe get the Mountain Soul. Because then you deny that one Mountain Drake away. You don't lose a huge team fight that you could definitely still lose. The game was relatively close. Like, Afrika won the early game, but it was only like a 2,000 gold difference.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine when you're playing the composition that Fred Brion is playing.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some post-game stats. You know, when you look at the Gnar in this game, 7.1 thousand damage, didn't do a whole lot in lane. Very significantly behind. Actually gave the Jace a lot of early lead because of how that matchup goes. But you know what? He didn't tilt, and he came back and hit those stuns and those engages in every single team fight that he needed. Like, to me, I mean, I'll spoil it for you guys. I voted for him. If you're in the exact right place where you need to be, when you're behind in a game like this where you're getting chipped down, when Seraphine hits those ults and you actually win that Baron fight for your team so hard, like, that was the turning point in this game. Almost nothing else mattered until that moment where they hit that combo. And, like, he was there and he was 100% ready. And that's all it took, man. I'm really, really impressed by how Fred Brion was able to turn this game around.
Yeah, they kept their cool, and I think that's the biggest part. And I hope that Afrika can keep theirs because they did not look happy after that loss. But we'll have to wait and see how they come back as we'll take a quick commercial break before we get into game number 2.
천천히 해봐. 캐치 먼저. 천천히 해봐. 안 빨려, 안 빨려. 빼라.
아, 더블 1초.
나 초식에 있어. 나 초식에 있어. 그렇죠. 있어. 이러면서 얘들아 미드 탑 라인 써보자. 트리 먼저. 초식 있어. 트리. 일단 어플.
나 W 10초다.
미드 라인 데려와.
끝내면 돼. 포킹 끝나고. 끝내.
끝내보자.
나 W 돌아 이제.
이거 세라
와이만 한번 할게. 와이만
생각하네.
아니 맞게 돼 W.
아래 파.
뭐야?
아래
뭐야
파.
있다가. 뭐 있을 거야.
아래 파. 와이 빠졌다.
W.
타워 쳐봐.
빨리지 마.
타워 쳐봐. 위에 거.
나 W 10초.
떼나 10초. 끝내봐. 막 할게. 끝내봐.
빨리지 마. W 10초.
안 주고. 와이 빠졌어. 야, 내 컸어. 아니야. 싸워.
그냥 1대1 돌려 그냥 1대1.
세라 노플. 아래 거 나이스. 잘했어.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy.
Or Larson off to the side. Inspired, ready to go in. Flash smite on the Udyr up and available. Odoamne acting on the front line, but he's just taking so much damage. They're just deleting him. There's no room, now Inspired into the midst of everyone. The shutdown. Inspired on the chase. Rogue find the fight, and that's gonna be the Baron. Are you kidding me, Rogue? How did you make that work?
I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call.
앞만 봐도 이게 DRX가 가장 좋다라는 생각도 들고 한편으로
네.
뱀픽도 원하는 대로 너무 잘 쓴다라는 생각.
이거를
아니 반대로 다 부메랑을 그렇죠.
Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this.
Rest of the damage dealers just burning down EDG. And now we're back. We're doing this again. It's
Oh my God! Everyone goes into the wall, drop down. RNG blow this game wide open. The dragon was once, but Xiaohu does it again.
I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy, cause this is my moment. My moment.
That's a pick, and it's right in front of Baron. That's in 30 seconds. Only one inhib is down, but they just one-shot Perks. He had flash up, and it didn't matter. This is Sword Art now reached the backline. They're gonna just pick off Sven. Triple kill already for Lost. He wants the fourth. It's gonna be no problem, and all that's left is Vulcan. Where is he even gonna go? Sword Art gonna try to lock the man down. They're gonna give him the Penta. TSM will knock down Cloud9.
Muy tocado, era muy buena la definitiva por parte del carrero central de Exten, que ahora tiene que retirarse. Lo clavan al piso a Seo, tratan de confirmar el asesinato. Se reposiciona bien, pero termina cayendo. El invocador de tormentas por parte de Rey para confirmar otra baja más. Lo van a buscar a Jackpot. Rey en contra de Nottingham y Unforgiven, que trata de aguantar como puede. Lo va a ir a buscar a Lon. Termina confirmando el asesinato Rey. Va a ser otro más. Asesinato cuádruple. Va a terminar quedándose con el Penta. Sí, quíntuple asesinato para Rey.
MSI 季中冠军赛
MSI is back.
Hello Twitch chat! Hope you guys are enjoying the second round of LCK Spring 2021. I am Junghyun Lee, the host for the Korean Analyst Desk, and this is a teaser for the POG State. In this one, I joined the memeologist Wolf to chat about POG Korean memes, and Chronicler will be reading and breaking down another LCK related poem. So, check out the new episode here on LCK Twitch stream or on YouTube at LCK Global, and the audio version on Apple, Spotify, and many more. And that is all for now, everyone. Hope you guys enjoyed the LCK broadcast. And from Law State to POG State, see you soon
why are you here?
on the POG State. Bye!
Oh God, not again.
Ian!
welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk, and we are having an intense competition for the last place in the playoffs, and Freddy Brian was able to get ahead of Africa Fricks with this Game 1 victory this time around. Africa Fricks really wanted to play around their top side with their Senna Tomkench paired up on the bottom lane. And the last pick, Jace, was there for Keen in order to smash the lane. We saw the power of Senna and Seraphine together. So Bro took Seraphine as their B1 card, and actually the jungler was selected to be Olaf in order to get some synergy together with Seraphine. But Africa Fricks, they didn't look that connected. Africa Fricks completed their comp, and their main theme was poke comp. So with that Jace at the end of the last pick, I think Africa Fricks wanted to kind of put a lot of poke damage before the team fight, but Seraphine was there to counter their poke comp. Seraphine can heal up all the chunk damage coming out from the poke ability, and Africa Fricks didn't have any tool to open team fight into Brawl's comp, which means Africa had to play flawlessly around their top side of the map. Maybe they had to keep exerting their dominance in the side lane from Jace, but Africa Fricks somehow they always took fight that Bro was opening. We have two highlights ready for this analyst desk. Jace used his TP twice in this game, so we're gonna take a look at both of those TP play coming out from Keen. And now let's take a look at the first highlights. So Africa Fricks was able to get ahead. They were in a bit of a lead in the top side of the map, and they were able to make some picks in the mid game. Africa needed to make this kind of play more often in this game. Greaves were on Drake, but Fly was able to get a kill and then survived the fight, and then Keen also joined the fight in order to clean up that kill on Olaf. I don't think Africa Fricks had a great setup for this. It's more about Freddy Brian getting overextended when Africa Fricks was ahead. But still, Africa Fricks made a great work, you know, countering the actions coming out from Freddy Brian. And also, most of the Dragon posturing was happening without Jace and Gnar together. And Gnar was a champion that was falling behind Jace, which means it was always a good trade if Gnar and Jace can stay on the side lane where the teams are grouped up around the objectives. And Africa Fricks was lacking proactivity in this game, and so now let's take a look at this Dragon or Baron team fight where Freddy Brian was able to come back massively with a fight. This was the second TP that Keen took, the only two TP that he took in this game. So Gnar used his ultimate prior to this fight, so it was on cooldown. But Hoya, I think he was like clicking his keyboard more than 100 times in this fight. His ultimate cooldown just went up, and instantly he was able to get it go off. It was really smart to see Hoya playing around that brush. He was going in and out because he wanted to buy some time until he gets his ult up. And with that massive knockback into the wall, Freddy Brian was able to pick up a huge win after that team fight. Because Africa Fricks, they were not able to match the numbers of the opponents. Maybe they could just maybe bought some time when they were on Baron, you know? You don't need to take fight into Seraphine comp, you know? Jace poke cannot really counter the play coming out from Freddy Brian in that point of the game, so Jace could have just kept pushing the side lane, whereas the rest of the Africa players could just delay the Baron from Freddy Brian. And the POG will go over to Hoya on Gnar. Hoya is slowly getting there. He was definitely having a rough time in his laning phase, and his gold was even behind Jace even until the end of this game. But still, Nar was getting more work done in this game because he was able to counter the strategy from Jace. Maybe Africa, they had some issue with their communication because they had to be able to capitalize on the gold lead that Jace had throughout this game. Maybe one control word in the small brush could have turned this fight around for Africa Fricks, but that was not the case. And 749 is the votes numbers that Hoya picked up for this POG. Now we're heading over Africa Fricks versus Freddy Brion, game number 2. Both teams are on a losing streak, but in terms of their playoff contention, it's really important to not to drop anymore.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, once again for the fantastic translation of the analyst desk. Good to see that Hoya got the deserved player of the game on that one. Take a look here at the Africa side. They look focused. They don't look too tilted, so that's a good sign. You know, you got to be ready. You got to just push that out of your mind. You had a good early game. Maybe you can get the ball rolling a little bit harder this time in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like their comp was good and the early game was good, but just one small mistake with a comp like this. I mean, there's so much volatility with these types of compositions where you're poking into unlimited heal, basically, and shielding. And, you know, it's a mismatch for Africa's comp the longer the game goes on if they can't get those kills, but we're looking at a world, Valdez, where Freddy Brion making playoffs seems more and more likely each and every passing game, which is kind of unbelievable when you consider how the season started.
They're in 10th place.
Yeah, they were in 10th place for the majority of the season, and now they might actually crack that top 6. They might take one of those last 2 playoff spots away, and what a crazy story that would be. I mean, this is the last team that could be a Royal Roader in the LCK. Now that we have franchising, there's no more first splits unless somebody sells their spot or something like that. But
yeah,
that's extremely unlikely, I would say. This is the last team that can make that Royal Road run. And if they are able to 2-0 Africa here, the sky's the limit, right? I mean, anybody can, with this new format, I feel like anybody could win playoffs if they have that perfect run. And the draft was definitely rough, right? And Hoya had a bad time, but he had insane mechanical skill in that last team fight to turn things around. And man, Valdez, I'm getting more and more excited about where the series could be going, because I think Africa definitely could bring this one back as well if they have another solid draft. This is a tense one. So much on the line here with playoffs looming. As we will see once again that Lilia ban, or not. I'm pretty sure it's still there, yeah. Sometimes
it's like Stranger Things, like everything's flickering. Okay, so
pretty similar to previously. Delight getting the Recon ban very early this time, though. And Africa are going to go straight into the Hecarim first pick here.
Yeah, Hecarim and Udyr are both left available this time around. The Thresh as well. So a lot of power picks still left on the board after this one.
I mean, Aphelios Thresh is something that Africa could grab here right away. With the Kai'Sa coming through, I think it's less likely they'll pick the Thresh themselves and take the Udyr instead, as you were mentioning. And Africa can get that Thresh rotation right now if they really want to lock that one up and put Bang on a late game carry in the Aphelios. And then they could draft now their last part of blue side here around where Freddy Brion take their support line, or could focus on the mid lane. Alternatively, you can try to get Fly a blind pick here on something like the Orianna. Again, minimize the risk. Take the Varus here into the Udyr. You know, most commonly discussed right now why people are picking Varus in Korea is about his range and his ability to poke. That can be strong against the Udyr, but we have a lot of questions about Freddy Brion's comp. To be going down that pathway this early is a bit unusual.
Let's see the Thresh. Nope, Alistair.
Okay.
I would have liked the Thresh. Alongside of the Varus, you have great 2v2 potential as well, just with the amount of CC you have. Alistair obviously has a bit of that as well, more of a defensive pick overall.
Freddy Brion right now, I mean, they could take the Thresh themselves here, but they're going to get Syndra. And now they can ban the Azir as well as the Orianna if they want to push Fly into an uncomfortable position. something like a Victor requires Fly to be much more up in the face of Frederick Brion. It's a much tougher champion for him to play in terms of positioning. I mean, I don't like to really take... I don't personally enjoy talking about Fly being unable to play some of these difficult champions, but, you know, the truth of the matter is he has been at his best when he plays a champion that's very easy to execute. But they actually go towards Keen's Gnar instead.
Yeah, they denied the Gnar for now. Keen has a relatively nice champion pool overall. He's played many different picks. I'm actually looking at it right now. It looks like 14 unique picks in the top lane role. So the guy can certainly reach for many different types of things.
Yeah, deepest in this game across all 10 players. They banned the Orianna. Azir is still open. Doesn't have great synergy with the Hecarim pick all too often. In terms of, you know, mid picks, like in the lane, he's very strong, but sometimes the Emperor's Divide is very difficult to pair with Hecarim's ultimate because of the dispersion there. And sometimes can have some anti-synergy. Obviously depends on every single team fight, but the consistency just is tough to pull off in those team fights. And Gragas gonna come in here as the blind pick top side for Frederick Brion. They'll save the last pick for support. I mean, the Gragas could be the support as well. It's a flexibility you get with a pick like this. So this is a really solid point that Frederick Brion are in right now with draft. My biggest question is, where's Fly going? Is he going to try to play the Azir here?
Or the Nocturne?
Oh, no, this isn't it.
The Nocturne!
I don't know about this one, Fly.
He's going to have his fun, regardless of if you want to or not. Kennen is also picked. And we are going ham. We're going deep with this comp.
This is the exact opposite style of play that Fly has made me very excited about recently, as we'll get the Leona here into the Alistar. Not going to be a terrible bot matchup by any means for Frederick Brion. A lot of lockdown, a lot of kill potential. But mid-Nocturne here, with a Hecarim, your damage profile, you know, is obviously lined up to where that's not going to be amazing for you, but you have a lot of ability to blow up, you know, Syndra and a Kai'Sa if you can get on top of them. You know, we're going to see lethality built very likely here for Nocturne, and there is a lot of ways you can use this as a global champion to lock down the top side. Kennen gets a stun, Nocturne flies up, and, you know, there is kill potential there, but the execution is so difficult, and your game sense has to be extremely on point. You have to have lane prio. There's so many things that have to go right for Fly, and I'm personally... I have to say I don't trust his ability to pilot this when they're 0-1 in an extremely important series for playoffs. This is Afreeca taking a very big risk. I respect the courage, I'll give him that. And I'll be very happy to be proven wrong here. But this is going to be a very hard to execute draft for Afreeca.
Yeah, you know, I agree in the sense of, like, in terms of playing the champions, you kind of just like press your R buttons, you go in. But how they go in and when they go in as a team, that, I think, will be the real sticking points. Like, do you actually make the right maneuvers there, or are we just going to see Fly flying across the map into his doom? Hopefully we don't get to see that, but certainly is possible. Whereas on the side of Frederick Brion, you know, very balanced, not really anything too big of a note on their side, so we'll see if it works out for them once again. It's no Seraphine Gnar, but certainly it has some nice team fighting potential.
There's a lot of extreme, I almost want to say extreme frontline for Afreeca. There's so many ways, like Nocturne ults in, everybody's blind, you get on top of the backline, Alistar comes through, helps peel the tanks away so that you can follow up with all the range that Bang is going to provide on this Varus, and he has so much poke, and then you can play that longer fight. Keen comes in with a flank, right, hits a big slicing Maelstrom. Whew. Some good team fight potential here, but
Bang is a sneaky snake.
Sneaky.
Got in there and got out.
But yeah, I mean that's an important, nice little word here. What's your take? Do you feel like Afreeca can pilot this? Because you've commentated Fly for much longer than I have.
Yeah, I like how you highlight Fly specifically, the player. You know, I thought that his play in Game 1 was actually all right. I feel like overall, the game was basically decided when the one team fight did not go their way, right? And you know, sometimes that's the way it goes. He had kind of an easy matchup into the Seraphine, and I felt like that benefited him. To kind of get him to just calm down and play like a straight-up game of League of Legends and not get too emotional about it is generally a benefit for Fly as a player. So I feel like his play today is pretty consistent overall. The thing is you know, Nocturne is very different compared to the Syndra. We haven't seen him play it yet, so there's not a lot of data in that sense for me to go off on, but as a player, I am a little bit worried coming into this one for Fly.
It's not a mechanical issue, as you pointed out. It's not about pressing the buttons. It's about understanding when to go in and having a really strong ability to judge macro and judge team fights and judge that when you ult in, you're actually going to be the team fight changer. And knowing like when that is possible, because a lot of players would play too safe even and not ult in, like I think this fight is over. But you have to be able to judge those situations so well. And he as a player doesn't strike me as somebody who, like, I feel like his weakness is not in his mechanics, but actually in his judging of situations. So, if it were, you know, if it was Faker or Closer on his pick, I'd say be saying something different. It was really well handled by Bang there. Yeah, Hannah's just not in position to punish. But enough about that. Let's see how it. Let's stop talking about how it could go, and let's just let it unfold.
Yeah,
because it could be very hype.
You'll note that Yaharong right from the beginning starts tier.
Yep.
So not messing around with this. He knows that the Nocturne in the early levels is basically just I press Q, I walk into the wave, I do my little swishy swashy turnaround thingy, and I get a bunch of life back. I put up my spell shield so that I don't get comboed by the Syndra, and then I walk away. And he has taken advantage of that. And he's just gone for the tier early on here.
Yeah, I mean, this early stage is just Nocturne playing waves. Very basic.
Yeah.
And you're going to build a lot of stacks here.
He doesn't necessarily have prio on the Syndra. The one thing that he does have is that it takes a lot less mana for him to clear the waves. And with the Doran Shield, he can pretty much sustain, at least in the early levels, especially up against tier Syndra. And just be able to push that very, very nicely. As Dread is going to spot Empty here. Just going to say hello.
Yeah, very aggressive positioning here for Delight, by the way, meanwhile on the bottom side.
Yeah. Fly knows he was here, so he's still going to stick around. He's taking a nice amount of damage, but with Hecarim around as well, that will be Empty having to back away.
Fly is actually almost losing a few minions here. That's a close call. I do feel like with how these early game fights are going to go, Afrika have a lot of power with this Nocturne pick. And, you know, if he can continue to have this lane control because of the mana issue that you were talking about, which, again, is somewhat alleviated by this early tier build, that these upcoming Drake fights should be pretty favorable for Afrika to take. And that can really give them a nice edge into the early game that can start a snowball that I think their comp is really going to need. So Drake is up. No team in position to take it right now, and you're going to have this very passive early game with these compositions. But I wonder who's going to be the first one to pull the trigger here, as it feels like Afrika has enough lane priority to be the one to do that shortly, especially once Fly hits 6 here in just a second.
Yaharong with really strange timing on his back actually allows Fly to get some damage done to that turret. It's going to be okay. He can just teleport back here. Not the big steal in the world. Just wanted to make sure he waited for the cannon wave, which is probably the right idea at the end of the day. That first Mountain Drake is going to be pretty nice for Brion, especially. There's a lot of dive and front-loaded damage in the comp of Afrika, and if you can deny that, should be feeling pretty nice.
Yeah, especially with you know, the Leona on the bottom side has Eclipse, and this is so difficult to kill her if she has that extra stacking armor. And, you know, it's just a bit of a permanent lull state in this game. At the moment, we do see Umpty hovering around this. He has 2 control wards, and he's actually going to try to sneak this away. It's so greedy, though. He walks it out, but this should be spotted.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, with level 6 Fly, who currently has prio, this is risky.
About. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, this is where Afrika should be very happy to take these fights.
Afrika are coming in a little bit slow, though. This is going to get low, and actually, Smite even gets missed there, but Umpty will be taking it at the end of the day. I think just the bit of prio they had in that moment from the bottom side allows Frederick Brion to take that very important first drink.
Yeah, this is really nice for Frederick Brion because they get it without a fight. They don't have to fight against this comp that can be very difficult to deal with. And those 2 control wards, I think, were just enough to tell Freaks like, you know, we don't have enough vision to go in here. We know the control wards are up. We don't have great ways to identify where the Drake's health is at. And, you know, by the time they get close enough, it's just too late. And Umpty's able to take it, like you said, even with the Smite missing the execution. No contest whatsoever.
Yeah.
And Umpty is, you know, starting to get a bit of a lead, in fact, in the jungle with this Udyr pick. And that's pretty terrifying for the Hecarim here, who's just been, at this stage in the game, low impact.
Yeah, hasn't been able to amount to too much just yet. And that definitely could have been a Drake fight where they could have made their stand. I want to point one thing out with the Hecarim build. He goes for the Merc Treads here, not the Ionian Boots, which is very common. I guess he really feels like he needs the tenacity. And, of course, the extra MR up against this composition. I mean, you're going into all AP top side of the map, and even Leona, and even a little bit from the Kai'Sa. Like, not so bad, but also the amount of CC that they have.
The CC is, yeah.
You really need the tenacity, which is the big thing.
Especially against those Umpty mini stuns that we're going to see so much of in these fights when he wants to engage in. So that's a nice little call out that you were able to see there.
Yeah, Ionian Boots are so nice because, you know, you get the cooldown on
Ghost.
your Ghost, especially, but also the fact that you just get more ultimates, more abilities to make plays, stuff like that is very nice for a playmaking jungler like Hecarim. That's a nice little headbutt from Lens, actually denies the plate from going down here.
Yep. So they are going to get the Rift Herald, a trade back 1 objective here on the map. Lots of pings coming through on the mid lane, question marks from Frederick Brion during this moment. And they just got the Herald for free with no contest because of the prio that Fly had. So, I mean, a Mountain Drake is really important, but it's not Mountain Soul here for Frederick Brion or anything like that, so it's going to be important for this moment in time, but they're really just speeding up their control over the Drakes. But what this gold in the Rift Herald will amount to could be more significant in the end. So it's going to give Afrika a nice little lead here, but I feel like Afrika should be pushing the envelope on a lot more than just laning at this game with this composition, or they could have picked so many different other champs for Fly in the mid lane.
Yeah, especially because of that, again, that Mountain Drake, you know, I don't want to keep pounding on it, but if you're just bro, you sit back with this team fighting composition with 1 Mountain and all the tankiness that you're going to have, and you are just golden. You're just like, yeah, okay, fine to sit here, lull state, whatever. Sit back, farm it up, try not to die. Nobody's getting too far behind. I guess Hoya's having the most problem in the top side, but he's building tanky. Shouldn't feel too much pressure. And
yeah,
bro are just loving it. They're sitting back. It's like they're watching a movie.
And there's a pretty good chance we're going to get, I mean, it's a 50-50 chance we're going to get Infernal Soul, which I think is going to be, you know, obviously great for both sides, but if Frederick Brion have Drake advantage and can actually get that Soul much faster because of the Drake lead they have now, then that becomes so good for Yaharong. And unfortunately, Fly's ability to scale into the late game and assassinate targets just is so difficult the longer the game goes on, whereas Syndra is actually going to become more impactful with her kind of easy and free-to-do poke, plus her ability to actually stun and set up team fights and initiate team fights very safely. So I think this next Drake, like, Afrika cannot just be okay with losing, we lost lane prio, we'll just let that one go. Like, this next Drake you have to fight for, not because you want the Ocean Soul, but because you want to make sure that Frederick Brion are not accelerated towards that faster Soul, regardless of whether it's Infernal or not, but especially because it could be Infernal. Like, gonna give the bot lane these extra plate gold parts.
Yeah, hand over some extra gold over to Bang. I'll be feeling pretty good about that. Get him to a couple of his items here on the Lethality Varus. That will allow him to get the poke in their composition that kind of softens him up before you go for the big dive, right?
Yes.
Kind of his role in this one. And then when everybody's diving on the back line, it's like, if Bang just has no focus on him, then he can do a lot of damage. Here we go! Finally, Fly is going to find his option onto the Syndra, and over the wall comes the Hecarim. That's what you do. Full speed ahead, but here's the follow-up, actually. Henna trying to get on in there. He's going to flash away after getting the kill. Now they're on top of Bang as well as Fly, who are too low. And they should be taken out eventually. That ground pound is massive from Lehens, trying to save their life, but I think at least Bang should be going down here, even if it is to Delight. They're going to hand over the kill to Umpty at the end of the day, and that is big because that Ocean Drake is also up.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? You're going to give this up, which is better for Fred at Brion. The Mountain Drake, as you mentioned, is great for them. The Ocean Drake is going to be even more important for them than it is for Afrika, arguably. We're going to find out what the soul is going to be, and if it's Infernal, this is actually a huge loss for Afrika. If it's Cloud, it's significant, but it's not as significant. We'll find out what it is Cloud, so Afrika are going to be very happy about that. Yeah, it's the LCK. There you go. Afrika very happy about that, but still, I mean, you could see the power of this Nocturne in an isolated pick. We're going to watch this replay. In an isolated pick, you know, it's very, very strong. As soon as Yaharong is disconnected here and Umpty goes through, that's when he sees his chance. And Dread's like, okay, I can Ghost, I can actually go through this wall, ult through. And they look for the blow up there. They get Yaharong, but now this comp doesn't have any sticking power. Dread's already used all of his escape tools. Henna gets the pick and gets over the wall. Fly can't do anything but try to get a fear off on the escape, and Lehens does everything he can, right? Like, he bumps Umpty back, he hits the ground pound, but there's just no way to save Bang here. And these longer, straight-up team fights, this is a precursor to what the late-game team fights front to back are going to look like for Fred Brion. Spoilers, they look pretty good. It looks really rough for Afrika once they're kind of all-in. Blow-up attempt is finished. Even if it succeeds, even if you get a kill onto the Syndra, what happens next is very difficult for you.
Yeah. Exactly. So, staying alive when they go for those dives is going to be of the utmost importance for Fred at Brion. You can see already some of the defensive itemization coming through. The arm guard for Yaharong, certainly going to be very useful up against Hecarim and Nocturne, who are going to be the biggest issues. We'll see if Keen can get some nice flanks, because while we already saw kind of a taste of what they can do, once you add in a cannon, and if he gets some big flanks, like, you know, you can be as tanky as you want, but if the dive is good and is clean, you can still get some crazy damage going.
Yeah.
I mean, have to wait and see.
When Kennen is there, you know, you can have a dive like that, and then you can use Kennen's Slicing Maelstrom to disengage and then continue to fight. Like, for example, if that fight happened with him. But Afrika, you know, ahead on a minuscule amount of gold. And I think they're, as I mentioned before, they're very thankful this is a Cloud Soul, because this could be very, very bad for them in terms of these upcoming team fights later on in the game. If it was otherwise the Infernal.
Yeah, really trying to shut down all the vision in the river here. Are Afrika trying to open up lanes for the Hecarim and the Nocturne to really get in there. Umpty just playing with his food a little bit.
Trying to deny some CS here from Fly really hard. Not too successful. This is going to be a turret for Bang. He's going to get a lot of extra gold here. Dread is here, so I'm going to be careful about this. Fred at Brion. Not going to get that quite yet.
Top lane hasn't really shown us anything, right? The Kennen got ahead by like 10 CS, and it's just been stuck there for the rest of the matchup. Hoya has TP now, and he's tank Gragas, so it's not like he's going to be bopping some heads like we saw the last time around from Kana.
Yeah.
Surviving, getting tanky, loving that Mountain Drake that his team has.
You can see he's very happy to tank all of Keen's combos repeatedly under turret. That's kind of his job here. Second Rift Herald is going to be a really interesting question right now for Afrika, because if Fred at Brion contested this, I don't know if it'd be worth it to fight for Afrika, but it looks like Fred at Brion are just going to let it go. And this is the assumption that Afrika are operating around right now, sending Varus to the bottom side. If Fred at Brion do try to contest and buy time, like, Varus would be very happy down there in the duel. They don't actually commit to it, though. It's kind of funny how neither of these teams are playing their compositions confidently. So we have this crazy, like, long lull state in this game where nothing is happening because neither team wants to press the go button first.
It's a fight over the Raptors.
Yeah, this is like as close to a fight as we're going to get, I guess.
Yeah.
Even the bot side, both of them rotate up. They don't even actually try to push the issue.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing here is that Bro are really trying to slowly push forward their vision, and you can see that they have a couple of control wards that are very nice here. The Raptor fight kind of funny, but isn't going to amount to too much. Lahens now tries to push forward, regain some vision. They're going to catch the Udyr as the flash will come in, and in goes the Nocturne. And the two of them are just kind of caught out here. Udyr desperately trying to get to safety, but now the Hecarim follow-up is way too much. As Yaharong does get baited into that one a bit, but Bro want to turn this one around. Delight is getting on in there. This is a 4v5, remember. Slicing Maelstrom still available. Fly takes a bunch of damage. The cast will be flashed, but Henna goes back in for it. And now, you know, as you mentioned, all the ultimates are down. How are you going to get on top of Henna is the real question.
You can't. I mean, this fight is almost impossible for Afrika to really finish off.
They do have that stun onto Henna, but he will survive. Keen is the big guy who has to do the damage now. Bang's still safe, though. The Slicing Maelstrom comes out, but it doesn't do much at all. And it's just used for disengage. The stun will go down, but he just gets orbed there by Yaharong.
Reddit Brion is such a good fight, team fighting composition for them. The longer the fight goes on, they have the advantage.
Oh, Hoya baiting them all the way through. And that's going to be Bang going down as well. Lahens should survive, but that is in a very extended fight.
Oh my.
Bro's fight to take.
That was such a showcasing of the problems of Afrika's comp, because it wasn't played badly by them by any means, but their composition has so many problems once you go deep onto Reddit Brion's side of the map as well. It's difficult to pull this off. Watch where Fly ults in. Like, you could think of, in a lot of ways, the Nocturne as somewhat of a soft counter to the Udyr, because in moments like this, there is no escape. Udyr usually just walks away from here with no punish, but he gets feared, and there's no way out. Then you commit Dread's ultimate, but all after the combo's down, Yaharong gets away. Look at where all of Afrika are. You're on the wrong side of the map, and guess who's coming in? It's Hoya. And Delight here just tanks up so much of this damage. That's what I was talking about, and what you were talking about, the Mountain Drake. Like, you have so much tankiness on this Leona, and she draws all the aggro, and everybody's stuck here. Now Hoya's blocking you out, and we fast forward. Yaharong completely untouched. No one can close the gap, but we're just going to go straight to the Drake.
Yeah, we're getting in here. Team fight over the Drakes, every single one is very important, as Delight tanking up a lot here in the Dragon Pit. Fly looking for it, is going to get on top of Henna in that back line, but Dread is diving as well, and he's taking an immense amount of damage, and he will go down to Hoya, and Fly will as well. The dives coming in.
It's not over
yet. Not over. Keen and Fly actually doing a nice amount of damage. Fly still alive here, trying to get on top of Umti, as Yaharong is alone now, 1v2. These fights are so hectic every single time. And this time, Afrika will get the upper hand.
This time, Fly had, I mean, it wasn't just the ult this time for Fly. He got on top of Henna, who already used his mobility, and then was able to get his passive off. Like, his passive is proccing in the team fight. It's doing AoE damage to squishy targets. You don't get that kind of opportunity as a Nocturne all too often, especially with a comp like what Afrika is running. And, I mean, this starts off really well here for Reddit Brion. Like, Lahens is caught, but look at Fly. He's on the opposite side of the team fight, and he's able to chase the Kaisa here. And it's crazy, too, because I don't think he knew that she was going to escape there at that moment in time necessarily, but it worked out really well because he gets the chase, is on top of everybody, and continues to do AoE damage while Keen helps for the peel. And Yaharong really wanted one more big stun in the fight, which is why he stayed so long. But he is going to escape with his life. But what a crazy fight. And we're going to have a pause here, as we do in the LCK sometimes in series like this.
Yeah, sometimes the way it goes. We don't have any information on whose issue it is or what may have happened. I see a ref kind of standing around Lahens, who is in, doesn't look like he's in game, so maybe just Lahens got disconnected quickly.
We might have the All-Star floating.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Situation.
Yeah, it seems like Alistair floating bug.
Yeah, that's, we got production confirming that's very likely the issue, sadly. But luckily that's as common as it is easily fixed as any issues you would want to have, so it's up being fine here. Should be able to just reload him into the game and everything will be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this game, Valdez, I mean, the fights have been very polarizing between how much value Fly can get and when everyone's stacked up like that, and the damage, the main damage dealer, Henna, is just unable to do anything in a fight. it looked very different than the first fight where they kind of blew all of their ultimates on one target and then were stuck on the wrong side of the map and couldn't get out.
Yeah. I kind of like how the draft went as well, where they took away the Alistair before they really kind of revealed what their composition was going to be. And then they B4, B5, Nocturne, Renekton, or Kennen rather, and they're like, well, wish you had Alistair, didn't you? Because the amount of peel that just Gragas and Leona are going to offer is decent if they're right next to the AD carry, right? But when the fights get that hectic and you have multiple threats, it's not just, okay, we just boop away the Nocturne and that's okay. It's like, yeah, the Nocturne ultimate comes in, then the Hecarim ultimate, and then the flank from Keen, and he's got the Slicing Maelstrom, and it's, you know, how many of these threats can Henna actually live through? Yeah. Not to mention that he's gone heal in this game. He doesn't even have cleanse, so like, you know, can he survive against the amount of CC that is on the side of Afrika with all of their dive is a big question. And if you could just totally isolate the Kai'Sa, it's going to be really nice if you are Afrika, as Lehens gets caught a little bit, but at the end of the day, he is Alistair, so he'll be just fine.
You could see some of that poke you were talking about here from Bang. He went Duskblade here, and he's just chunking people down at range. It's very difficult to deal with that as Fredit Brion when you're going to these choke points, especially when if you do overextend, you walk into a composition that will blow you up. You see the Dread ultimate come out, and then suddenly Nocturne's in the backline. And unfortunately for Delight, like, he is not able to make as many proactive plays in this game because he kind of has to be Henna's bodyguard.
Yep.
He has to stick with him and shut down the Nocturne every time.
All right, well, this is also an option. You just find a squishy, immobile mid laner by himself up in the top lane. You take him out. Although the trade will come in, it's the power of Kai'Sa, I suppose, able to reposition very nicely. Lehens is in no man's land here in the river, just gets caught out. And that's a couple of kills for just Yaharong here in favor of Fredit Brion, and now they're just going to go with the Baron.
It's a free Baron here now, and, I mean, despite the vision on it, it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do if you're Afrika at this stage. You could try to trade back a turret, and that's all you can hope for here. And even Delight is going to try to make that even more frustrating to deal with. I mean, these are trades you can't be taking if you're Afrika in these fights. And Lehens has, unfortunately, the last few games Afrika have played, often been caught out alone like he was in this situation trying to bring the fight back. So, sure, you have the ult here. Dread is there to peel to make sure no one else can rejoin. Then he comes up and gets the knockback. Yaharong is going to die, right? He ends up committing his ult. But there's so much damage put here from Henna, and no one else is there. Lehens is like, I'm going to save the day. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong side of this fight. And even with a flash over, Delight has the easy Zenith Blade across. And, like, when you extend that deep, it's the same issue we had at that Drake fight where they got the initial pick, but then ended up losing several of their members. If you extend that deep against Fredit Brion, they're going to be able to collapse and kill you. Their comp has way more staying power once that initial burst is gone.
Yeah.
That still holds true.
And getting a Baron this early on, basically for free, right? You trade the life of Yaharong, but you get a couple kills in the Baron. You're loving that, that's fine. You can just push a lot of these turrets. Now, they don't have anyone actually sitting in the top lane, just empowering the minions and not allowing Fly to just split push. So that's a little bit of a macro mistake. You don't want to just let him get free turrets when you have the Baron. But you notice that Dread and Fly, they've got an agenda. Yeah, that's what they're going to be doing. They find a squishy target and they dive you.
They want to catch
where you are.
When Umpty rotates over to deal with this, they want to try to lock him down. But I think with how carefully Umpty is playing this and the fact that he's Udyr, it just makes it so difficult to actually do so. But you can definitely play a little bit of baiting with this Nocturne who's going to push super hard and then catch those who try to rotate over. And unfortunately for Fredit Brion, sure, they ended up getting all of gold from this Baron, but they're not able to do critical damage. They should be able to turn this into a Drake as long as they group up, because this is a fight where, as Afrika, you're going to be really hard-pressed to find an isolated target. Fredit Brion just all going to group up as 5. The Ona's going to be nearby. Should be, right? Like, this is not a fight where Yaharong should get caught by himself.
This is a nice little break point for Fredit Brion. They have Zhonya's available for Yaharong and the stopwatch for Henna. Henna trying to get out of this one. That's going to be the stopwatch, but the engage is just insane from the side of Afrika. They find 3 in the front, but at the same time, Henna will survive on the back of the exhaust, and nobody dies just yet. Yaharong is going to flash the wall, and all 5 members of Fred at Brion somehow, some way will survive that insane engage.
But how do you fight this now as Afrika? You know, you didn't get those kills, and now you don't have any way to take that crazy fight. Your wombo is done. Like, you're hard pressed to get more value out of a Hecarim ultimate than Dread just did there. But it's on cooldown now. They have so much sustain this comp does, and they have so much damage. Keen trying to look for the flank.
We have TPs coming through now. Lahen's looking for the flank, but look at the front line. Fly just dies, and as you mentioned, there's no wombo. The Hecarim goes in, and he's like, okay, well, I dashed in. What do I do now? You do nothing. You run. You die. That is what happens. And that is going to be the triple kill now for the Kai'Sa. Afrika should have just let this one go because Fred at Brion in a much stronger spot after they blew all their ultimates.
Afrika really, I mean, they're running out of options here. You can feel the desperation. And, you know, I don't think this is a Fly issue. This is a composition issue, you know, to revisit how we started the conversations off here. Like, he goes through.
Look at this engage.
Yeah, look at this engage. It's like, you're not going to get a better one than this. And look at the fear. It's onto Yaharong on the edge there. So he actually survives. He does a lot of damage. Henna dashes right to him. And they're able to kite away.
Yeah.
Even though there's a ward here, there's just no follow-up damage. There's no range. They blew everything on that all in. Yaharong flashes away here. And from that moment on, like, we don't even have to watch the rest of this. We know how it goes. Because if you're Keen, you don't have your slicing Maelstrom anymore. You can't rejoin. Dread can't grab anybody. It's just like, it's an open and shut case, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it showcases that this composition is a ultimate-based wombo combo comp.
Yeah.
Where you dive in, you get the squishy underbelly of the composition on the other side, and then you win from there without your tools. But once you run out of your tools, you just have to run away.
Yeah, it's like,
you just don't have anything left.
Yeah, you came into, you know, to a fight with like a golden gun, but it only had 2 shots, and you'd missed both shots. So it's like, well, now you're out of ammo. It doesn't matter what kind of weapons Fred at Brion have. You don't have anything. Like you have to get those 2 kills. Like you have to get 2 kills right away, and hopefully onto the damage, especially.
Yeah. You remember what I said before the fight even began, like the stopwatch for Henna, the Zhonya's for Yaharong, the locket for Delight, like all of these things came in really big, actually, just to save all of the carries and keep everybody alive. Because while it was like a huge wombo combo onto multiple members, that keeps everybody grouped up for the locket. Everybody's got shields and heals and all that good stuff. So
yeah,
it enables Fred at Brion to survive. Not to mention the Mountain Drake.
Yes, I mean, that comes in big here. I mean, it's not massive, but it's a small thing that starts to add up as Dread.
Yeah, he's Hecarim. Just prancing around the rift, having a jolly old time.
I'm really worried for Afrika here because they don't have the ability to even split push very safely now either anymore with all this mid push. And right now, Fred at Brion are just pushing all these waves, waiting for the Baron to spawn. They can take that fight before the Drake comes up. That is one place where if you fight around the Baron, and Dread has another engage like that, again, they handled it very well. Like, there was a really nice flash from Yaharong. He got out. Henna did his killer instinct in the correct direction, was able to get out of the fray there. On a Baron fight, you know, there are a lot of variables. Like, this can still work for Afrika. Just because it didn't work last time, they didn't discard those skills last time, doesn't mean they can't do it this time. But if Fred at Brion just have the vision control, you can't even ult in. Like, you can't even catch any ISO members. You have no information whatsoever. This comp fails when it has to fight blind more than it does when you have a straight-up fight.
Yeah, from ahead, I mean, this would have looked really fantastic. But this is what happens when you're blind. You have to send in your Alistair. Now, Delight is in the front line taking a lot of damage. The Varus ultimate is going to sail wide, and the Unleashed power is enough from Yaharong to take down the cow. As Empty, he's just following the Kennen. You know, the Kennen can't really 1v1 the Udyr right now, and if you just zone him away, then you can't Slicing Maelstrom. It's great.
And yeah, if he has to use a Slicing Maelstrom to escape that or to try to trade there, then he doesn't have it for the fight. Yeah, essentially what you're saying. Yeah, and like it's a waste, and then you can't team fight anymore. Yeah. Speaking of can't team fight, without Alistair here, you just simply can't. You don't have any frontline, you don't have any staying power. They'll just turn and kill the Nocturne if he ults in. So Fly is just trying to push mid. They sent Keen to the bottom lane. But with another Baron up here for Fred at Breon and the gold lead that they have, I mean, we're talking about inhibitors now for this Baron.
Yeah, very different Baron from the last one.
And this is the vision problem. You know, you said it straight up, like, you have to send your Alistar in to check. Like, I don't know where they are. You could have otherwise checked with Varus. That might have been the smarter move, but, well, you know, doesn't matter either way. You have no real options here as Afrika. And if you don't check, the Baron might be the first thing you see on the, you know, on the kill feed popping up. They took it. Like, it's a lose-lose situation there.
Hoya is actually the highest level in this game, funnily enough, level 17. It's been very consistent, you know, very quietly having a great game on Take Gragas, 3-1 and 8. Some good casks for some Peel in the last couple of team fights certainly helps out. Yaharong, this is a rough game for a Cinder to play, right? This is not just straight up and easy. As Umpty is going to find Keen here, Dread has to try to help him out. As now the Nocturne ultimate going to be used just to deny vision. That's not it.
That's tragic, you know. I mean, how can you win this fight ever now? Like, how has it ever happened?
Umpty's still going, right? There's no reason to stop here. They're just going to engage right into the back line. The cleanse is huge, but Bang now, really nice exhaust onto Henna, as he is going to be piled up on here a little bit in the brush, but it's not enough. They don't have any follow-up. The ultimates are
Yaharong wins the exchange against Fly on the other side, too.
Yeah. No ultimate for the Nocturne, so he's just lost. And this comp for the side of Afrika, it was naturally coin flippy. Either you get ahead early on or you just lose the game. And now we're in that latter half where you just lose the game. Fred Breon, really great stuff. Great consistent play in the series, and they're going to take it.
Yeah. You know, I thought we were going to see an extended series between these two. I mean, I really thought there were a lot of issues with the composition that Afrika had in the first game later on. But this game, I mean, they took a massive risk in draft. I don't think anyone will watch that draft again and tell you, well, this was a safe choice. This was a choice that anyone would make in this situation. I think almost every other team would have just drafted for, I am the stronger team. I have the veteran squad. I can play straight up. Let's put Fly on something standard. He might be the weak link on our squad. Let's put him on something safe. And let's play a straight-up game of League of Legends. We can talk about a little bit more counter picks in Game 3. But they went down the Nocturne path. They went all in on this Nocturne Hecarim composition. And we saw when it looked good. We saw its potential. We saw its peak. As my POG papers are missing, and everyone's asking me who I'm going to pick, so I guess I'm going to write it down on something else. I don't know what happened to those POG players. But yeah, I mean, they took an unnecessary risk. They really didn't need to. And it did not work out. Valdez, as we saw in those fights, got it on a piece of paper. We got it in. We submitted. I don't know where those went. Like, where did they go?
Yeah, I don't know. Flew away. They got bent in the last cast, and now they've grown wings and flown away. We're gonna take a look at the last fight. We're actually gonna zoom in on this one.
Yeah, like I mentioned it. He actually gets feared, but he's in his Zonias. Only gets the last part of the fear animation, and then just hits the Q there at the last second to finish him off. And there was just so many moments in this game where you could just really feel the helplessness of Afrika Freaks in a comp where you shouldn't feel like that. And even if they were more ahead than like in the mid game, because in the mid game there was a fairly even game, if they were significantly more ahead than they were now, I think the same problems would still arise. Fred Breon just got the lead early enough to where they could actually set the pace of some of these fights. Imagine if Afrika Freaks had 3 Drakes to none, then they could split push Fly, try to set up some fights around the Drake where it's like, oh, well, we either have to deal with Fly on the top side, or, you know, we're going to give up the Drake, like, or if you try to deal with Fly, then we'll get the Drake. There's so many ways you could get a macro advantage if you had the objective control, but they didn't even have that.
Yeah. Once you lose the early game and you lose a bunch of early Drakes, just like the whole house of cards comes crumbling down. That comp just falls apart, right? As you mentioned, there's like so many of the potential places where you can get power and advantages with that composition are just totally wiped out. And once that happened, we kind of saw the end result. I still think that Fred Breon deserves some props for the way that they did play that one. They showed much more importance onto those early Drakes, especially the Mountain Drake, and also just the itemization, understanding how to play against the dive comp, and how they played as a team, right? Their team fighting is still great. You know, they were in 10th place before this matchup, but they won't be anymore after that win. And certainly, you know, they've got Edgar as the main coach.
Yeah.
Right? That's a very storied veteran coach who knows what he's doing. And while they had a very slow start for Fred Brion, and they were kind of the meme of the LCK, we're not memeing them anymore. They're a great squad. And, you know, who knows? Maybe they make it into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, their upcoming schedule is not that crazy. And they have Hanwha Life Esports, which is going to be tough, but they have Live Sandbox as well. Like,
yeah.
We're going to take a look at some highlights from that game, but this is a strength of schedule that is definitely overcomable. And, you know, at the beginning of the season, the beginning of the year, when they beat Damwon Kia, everyone thought, well, this is a fluke, King Slayers, and it was kind of a meme. Like, well, I guess Damwon Kia was just really off that day. And sure, Damwon Kia got the win in the rematch, but when you look back at it now, like when you look back at the game, what nobody really saw, what nobody really realized is that this team was actually starting to come together, and this team was actually starting to evolve. And it's upset after upset they're starting to pick up now. I think most people would still consider this an upset, but Afrika on the decline, this draft was a little bit out there, and this is where things started to fall apart. The Korean cast is going nuts at this moment.
Yeah. Notice how Keen spent so much time just trying to kill Delight. If he was in that fight just joining up and slicing Maelstroming when there was like kind of the 3v3 happening around the blue buff, so much more value. You don't get the kill onto Delight, but maybe you win the fight, and maybe the game turns out a bit differently from there.
Yeah, this fight was really good for Afrika because Fly was able to catch Henna as he went over the wall in the Drake pit. And I think that was the last really good fight they had. This is another moment where it's like, okay, stopwatch so valuable, and Yaharong does die, but you end up losing more at the end of the day because Lehans is out here by himself. Bang can't get in here to poke. Like, every fight that goes long, it's inevitable that Fred Brion win.
Yeah, Kaisa was the first pick for Fred Brion, and you saw some of the power of Kaisa against this kind of a composition. She can defend, she can also attack very nicely.
She protects, but she also attacks.
Exactly. I didn't want to use it, but I'm like, she's not technically protecting anything, but I guess she's protecting herself with that ultimate and her ability to reposition with the supercharger, right? Like, she just has so many tools to get away from pressure, but also to create pressure at the snap of a finger, and that's why she is the #1 AD carry right now in terms of tier. And teams have tried to figure her out, you know, maybe play some Tristana, play some other picks, but I mean, Kaisa remains on top, and that first pick from Fred Brion really got a lot of value against this comp.
Yeah, you notice too that a lot of the ultimates from Fly were on those high mobility champions in the early game because he wanted to make sure, like, a lot of mid laners would never be able to chase, even mid assassins like Akali would not be able to chase an Udyr or be able to chase the Udyr, or rather the Kaisa, who is using her ultimate, the Killer Instinct Kaisa, right? But actually the Nocturne can. And we saw that in a lot of those early fights. But the chasing actually put the Nocturne into such a bad place all of the time. Like, you chased, but now you're in Fred Brion's side of the map. Look at the damage for Yaharong in this game. One of the toughest Syndra games you're ever going to play, constantly getting ulted, constantly under pressure, getting poked away. Hecarim is so aggressive, constantly following you, and yet you're still top damage in the game, handled every fight brilliantly. Very good look for this team with this guy in the mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it's a great win, right? At 2-0, even the game points matter so much when it's talking about playoff contention and getting into the playoffs. So that's really big that they do the 2-0 over Afrika. And unfortunately, Afrika, with their own big losing streak, I don't think they're going to have a very good chance of making it into the playoffs from here on out. So we have the analyst desk ready. I'm going to hand it over to G-Sun for the translation.
그 어느 때보다 치열한 순위 season with the final translation with the analyst desk and also the upcoming POG interview. Fred Brion is still keeping their hope alive and is becoming more and more likely to make it to the playoff with this kind of form and performance that they displayed. Afrika Freaks had this kind of a coin flip all-in comp. It all came down to their kind of execution in this game. So we want to discuss why it went wrong in this game. Nocturne, together with Hecarim, was a great had a great synergy in terms of the dive comp, you know. Nocturne mid is not something we cannot kind of expect, but they picked Varus and Alistar in the first rotation of their pick, and then they added Nocturne and Kennen. So Alistar was in a very awkward situation where he should, you know, go in or where he should kind of defend the Varus, and also at the same time Varus was not having an ideal option to take her, because is he gonna go for the full poke kind of comp, or is he gonna go for some of the lethality build, or is he gonna go build some attack speed? It was really hard to decide on one point because Africa, they didn't have any synergy with all 5 picks together. Because Udyr was locked in really early, Aphelios Thresh or Jinx Thresh could have been a really counter pick into this Udyr pick, because they can open up more space. But you know, maybe Africa Fricks wanted to try some experiments that they had a success in the scrims maybe, but we're not sure about that. Africa Fricks, even, well, if they had the amount of concentration that is required in this combo, or if they had the mechanical level that they really had to show for this comp to show up, maybe this could be a case for them. But Africa Fricks, they looked super shaky starting from game number 1, and they were not there in order to make this wombo combo happen in game 2. So let's take a look at this first highlight where Africa Fricks got too excited to take a kill on that Syndra. So maybe it's also not safe to get over kind of focused on this kind of team fight, because it was really good. They were able to force the flash out of Udyr. But, you know, if we take a look in this fight in details, actually there were a lot of skills that was sailing wide. Nocturne actually was able to, you know, land his CC on that Wolf, and Leona was able to survive so long. So Kennen even had to burn his flash to lock down that kill, and Africa Fricks, they got so split in this fight. And Varus, because they had no vision, he was not sure whether Hannah was on the upper side of this map or the lower hand side. And looking at Africa's build, they didn't have enough item to do damage onto the front lane as well. So it was a very clumsy fight that was pulled off by Africa Fricks, and because the fight got too extended, Udyr was able to, you know, rejoin this fight after his death timers went down. I mean, Africa Fricks, they were going all in from a screen behind, and then there was not many tools left for them to make a retreat after picking up a kill. So we have to go back to the discussion of their comp. If Africa had Kai'Sa, maybe this would add more power to their dive. Or if they had Ezreal, maybe Africa could, you know, go in and then make their way out. But, you know, Varus, Alistar was their choice for the bottom duo, which does not really fit their theme of the comp. Later on, there was this team fight where Africa Fricks was not able to lock down kills, even though they were able to pull off a magical combo. Maybe if Hannah didn't have mobility in this fight, well, this could be a lot better for Africa Fricks, but it was Kai'Sa, champion that can protect herself with her ultimate. So no one was able to clean up the kill on Kai'Sa, and then Nocturne makes it back to this fight with his teleport, but only Udyr had his ultimate out of this 10 players, you know? But Africa Fricks, their comp was about their ultimate and their wombo combo. When their ults are down like this, there's no way for them to win this fight. But Africa Fricks, they just still contested for that fight because they just didn't want to give it away to the side of Freddy Brion. Africa Fricks was not able to come back stronger in game 2, and POG will go over to Hannah from Freddie Brion.
가져온 덕을 진짜 톡톡히 본것 같아요. 예.
I mean, Freddie Brion took away this Kai'Sa from Africa Fricks for a reason.
노릴 게 뻔했는데 그 상황에서도
Africa Fricks comp, it was too obvious that they were gonna focus fire either the mid laner or the AD carry, and Hannah read their strategy like a book, and he always stayed in a safe position.
굉장히 고무적인 것 같고요. 사실 전체 조직력이 좋아서
I think Freddie Brion was able to win this game because their cohesion was there and they were so connected throughout the series tonight. as well, he was taking up all the damage in the front line. Africa Fricks, they had no tool to do damage on the tanky front line. And Hannah was able to draw so many attention by himself and turn it around. And speaking of teamwork, all the other players were also able to pick up the POG votes. We can say that all the 5 members were doing a fantastic work in order to take down Africa Fricks and close out their losing streak. So it's really glad to see Freddie Brion popping off, heading towards the end and extending their playoff competition. So congratulations on your win. Hello. Hoya, it's been a while. We really wanted, I heard you really wanted to have interview up here, so how are you feeling? Today was a really significant match for us. It's a big relief that we secured a win. And I heard you really wanted to do an interview with Jonghyun Lee, so maybe that could be a buff for your performance, right? I have never done an interview with you before, so I really wanted to do it. But I was not expecting this interview today because I didn't really think I would win the POG for today's series. Let me ask you for this. I heard you were a fan of Jonghyun Lee, and that's why you wanted to do the interview, right? Tell us about your story right here. You know, I watch LCK every day, and you're always so beautiful up there. So yeah, that's it. Hannah, what about you? Me? Yeah, I think she's beautiful. And Hannah, how are you feeling picking up that win up against Africa Fricks? During the practice, we have been losing a lot, and also matches as well, so we weren't feeling confident heading into the match, but I'm glad that we were able to take away the win. And Hoya, because this is a very special interview for you, we will do our best to carry the best one here. So moving back to the game, Hoya, at the end of game number 1, you were still behind in gold up against Keen, even when you were taking down the Nexus. And Nar has a lot of counter picks, but was that because you were confident to do your work moving on to the team fight fate? I didn't feel too confident like that, but I just didn't want to give away the Nar. I could be the one being the weak side top, but I did regret a lot in the game. But still, it all paid off in the end because you were contributing a lot more compared to Keen in terms of the team fight. Especially in that Baron fight, you were 0.1 second behind down in your ultimate, so you were playing around the visions, hiding under the brush, and then showing up to find your ult. A lot of things were happening at that moment, you know. I didn't think too much. I just did it. I don't know how it happened. Maybe it was my instinct. I don't really remember. Maybe it's the muscle memory, you know, after thousands of practices on that Nar. And a lot of people are really fascinated. The aggression coming out from you, Hoya. How do you like those phrases? I mean, I just appreciate all the nicknames and praises coming from my fans.
그러면 직접 또 한번 외쳐주실 수 있나요?
Would you like to give it a try, your new nickname?
아쉬운 거 다 풀고 가야죠.
That's the new meme, you know, taking off in the Korean community about Hoya.
맹활약하면 아시죠? 이제 썸네일 이런 데도 그 활용이 되기 때문에.
I think that's gonna become a thing from now on with this massive performance from Frederick Brian. But let's move over to game number 2. Hannah, you were doing a fantastic work in game 2. And Thresh, one of the top tier champion, was not banned or picked in that game. Was that something that was predicted? After the pick and ban, like after the first rotation of the bans, the Thresh was let through, so I didn't want a Fricka to pick it, but it was really odd to see them actually skipping it. And the Fricka went in. Went for a very aggressive comp, you know, Nocturne, Cannon, not a best comp for an AD carry to play against. So what was the focal point for you to deal with their comp? Was there any plan before moving into the game? We wanted to, you know, we always tend to open fight taking the initiations, but this time around we wanted to protect Syndra and Hannah together, so that was our ultimate goal in this game.
멋있게 만들어줬던 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 바텀 매치업도 살펴보면 바루스 대 카이사였어요.
So looking at the bottom matchup, it was Varus versus Kai'Sa, and it was 9-9, tied to 50-50 in the LCK total history. Which champion has a better matchup? Hannah? In the current meta, I think AD carries or marksmen without any mobility is really hard to survive. So I think Kai'Sa is much better than Varus. Is that also why Tristana is climbing up the tier list? I think Tristana, if you have enough proficiency, I think that's the most OP pick currently in this meta, even better than Kai'Sa.
해나 선수가 잡으면 확실한 오피첼인 것 같습니다. 자,
또 호야 선수는 어쨌든
And Hoya
하나 남겼으니까 혹시 해나 선수도 뭐 이렇게 남겨야 되고 하고 싶은 말이
did some shout out about his nickname. So Hannah, would you like to try something on the interview as well? Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
다음에 또 준비해 오시면 선보일 수 있게끔 한번 다시 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 너무 손사래를 치셨는데.
Maybe next time if Hannah has something to show up for the crowd. But your next opponent will be Leaf Sandbox, another team that is fighting for the last playoffs seed. How are we going to prepare for that match? Summit, he's been on fire recently. I think he's one of the best top laner currently. I will do our best in order to defeat him and take the last seed. And Hannah, would you like to add on to that?
리브 샌드박스에 그 크로코 선수랑
Then Kroko is one of my friends, you know, he's a friend of mine. And I saw he was pretty much depressed after losing the recent series. I was so happy to see him that down. So I will make it happen once again. I'm going to give him another hard time. And this will be the end of the interview from Hoya Hannah. I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
또 뵐게요.
감사합니다.
Thank you once again, Ji-sun, for the great translation there, the analyst desk, and the interview. So Hoya and Hannah got their time in the spotlight there after that big win, and potentially some big moments for them coming in the future, right?
Yeah.
As they might make playoffs.
For sure. Our play of the day, we're going to find out what it is right now as we take a look at this from the second series. Oh, it's going to be Hoya's play.
Gnarly.
I mean, watch this, by the way. Like, he goes down to insanely low health, and then
he waits.
He waits.
And then
dodges,
it's even more perfect.
And then he just goes in and is able to turn this around with a nasty stun to the wall. And that
gnarly, you could say.
Yes, gnarly Hoya. I mean, he straight up won this game for the team in this team fight. So it's pretty crazy what he's able to accomplish at extremely low health. He just has no fear. He's like, I'm making the play or I'm dying trying. And this play is why he got player of the game 9 for 9, I think he was, after that moment.
Yeah, I believe so. So shows you the power of Seraphine and the Gnar as well. Seraphine and Engaged champions generally pretty good, as we're beginning to see. And Seraphine did get the respect it deserved in Game 2 with that early ban by Freda. But we do have the standings ready, so we can take a look at where we stand.
Afrika in last place. A big fall from after their win against KT, right, where Sion had that, or where Fly had that Sion pick in mid, and it felt like things might be changing. Afrika were looking on the up and up. They had so many great games around that time. Now they're on a 4-game losing streak. It's almost like as soon as we got excited for them, they plummeted to the bottom. And if Live Sandbox lose by any scoreline in their upcoming match, they will fall to last. So it's only temporary, but it feels more and more likely that we're going to have one of Freda Brion or Live Sandbox actually taking that KT playoff spot away. Still, anything could change. KT could turn things around. Nongshim could have a great tear through their last few games.
They're looking good.
Yeah, like, we've got a lot of things that could happen based on what happens tomorrow, especially if Live Sandbox can upset Honor Life Esports again. Things get a little crazy, right, in terms of our standings.
Yeah, Live Sandbox definitely on the up and up. Honor Life, you know, obviously favored in that matchup, but we'll have to wait and see. You know, they've been a bit inconsistent here, especially in round 2. And that second matchup, Nongshim, they are coming off of a big win where they looked very dominant, but at the same time, they immediately face a brick wall. Damwon Kia on an 11-game winning streak, and they've only lost to Freda Brion. So it's not going to be easy for them, but definitely a couple of important matches for tomorrow as well to round out the week. But thank you once again, guys, for watching. That's going to do it for us. Thank you, Wolf, as well, for joining me, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed